Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Hello.
We're actually online already, so I just added you to the stream, so I'll just
Okay.
get this out.
Hello.
Hey, good morning. God morgon.
God morgon.
We have to do it in English because everything is in English here. I was a bit surprised to see you here already, but because you're on my other stream now, but that's fine.
I don't know, right?
Yeah.
I tried to look as I'm wearing black again today, just to
Yeah.
not confuse people.
Okay. Well, that's that's great. We will be probably joined by Kalle from Codit.io in a sec as well. So, it doesn't matter. Just hold on. Just hold. You could briefly. Could you just very briefly tell people like something about your background, because we don't have the questions for you yet, but we'll take them. Just hold on a very short second.
Absolutely.
It seems that we have something with the stream going on, so I need to fix that right now. With the stream going on, so I need to fix that. Yeah, here we go. No. Okay, yeah, that's about it. So, yeah, let's get to the topic. It's actually very interesting. Interesting thing you have there. I have been myself working with sort of like this new ways of working for a long time. I don't know if you have heard of a concept called office nomadism at some point.
No, actually not.
No, okay, because it's something that I created for myself in 2006 or 2007. I was in a situation with a lot of the similar features as you have in your your concept, but my way was it, instead of having a space for it, I took advantage of the spaces of other existing offices. It was sort of like the idea of working from home or renting an office where you are alone as a sole proprietor that I was at that time. So I thought, like, what's missing from this, and it's the social community and the social engagement. So I sort of like just decided to loan that. And so the idea was that someone would go into an existing office and the social environment for 1 month, instead of going to a co-working place where people are just coming from all over. And then and related to that, my question is, like, do you have experiences on on the social side of this? Because I've also done co-working spaces, so I understand sort of like the pros and cons with that, but how have you seen the social aspect
I
of
mean, we're quite a small co-working space, so we call it workplace. And even though our members sort of come in and it's a fairly sort of normal 9 to 5, we don't have any activities or anything. People still socialize, and people tend to sort of get to know each other quite quickly as well. But we don't have any sort of like activities for people. But it's you notice, especially now with the lockdown in London, it's a lockdown, not like we have in Sweden, for instance. But there's been a surge in people applying for memberships now. I think people are terrified of being isolated again. That social aspect is really quite important, I think, because working from home can be quite lonely.
Yeah. So how many people do you have in your space?
I mean, now with COVID capacity, the maximum number is 90, but at the moment, at the maximum amount of members that can be in at the same time is 35.
Okay.
But that varies from day to day. So, some people tend to come in the beginning of the week. We're not so crowded on a Friday, for instance, as we are on a Monday.
Right.
But now people sit really quite spacious.
Yeah. How does it how does I'm still sort of like on this social aspect. So what have you learned, and how does the social how their social engagement there is it strong, or is it just okay, or are people coming there to work or to be social?
Definitely to work. We don't really have any breakout spaces per se. We're so small. It's only the space is 250 square meters. But what I do notice, because we have staff on site, who knows the members really quite well.
Yeah.
So I think that's also a relationship which is really quite important. And then obviously the members, during lunch and so on, are interacting. But I wouldn't say that people come there to sort of necessarily socialize, but I think just to be in the space together with other professional people, it's important, I think.
Yeah. How do you see the future then? Like, if we're talking about, I don't know what the term for that. It's not a new normal, or it's not post-pandemic, but but the future state, whatever it will be. What's your take on like this sort of like office work in a wider concept? Where do you think it's going?
I believe, I don't think the office is dead per se. But what we're seeing is a sort of a shift towards flexi working. Whether that is like that you come in and you spend 1 or 2 days a week in an office, or you come in for certain meetings or debriefings to meet with the team. But then I think that people will tend to alter between working from home and co-working spaces. I think we'll see more companies, and I really hope so as well, that buy co-working memberships for their staff. Because I think, especially in places like London, where there's such a big commute to the city centre, nobody needs to go in and commute that long anymore. And I don't think that, I think the future, like local co-working spaces are important, so you don't have to spend hours on the tube or on the train.
So Kevin Gallagher was yesterday talking about that, like this residential co-working spaces. So you would sort of like have it in your neighborhood instead of going to a center, or sort of like a bigger, larger hub. Yeah.
So our space is situated in a residential block, so it's just on the ground floor. And we've been approached by many landlords with the same sort of setup. You got a sort of retail space on the ground floor and only a unit of between 250 and 500 square meters, because it's quite convenient to have something there. And we got an on-site cafe, restaurant, and I definitely think that the need for like a sort of a neighborhood co-working space is we will see a rise in that.
So why? But is there going to be enough of these retail spaces, and is it affordable, or is it like? Well, I imagine like all over the world, sort of like this huge shopping mall concept will be sort of like prevailing, at least has been so far. So it means that sort of like this more local retail spaces, are there available?
So currently, unfortunately, a lot of restaurants and pubs and shops are going under in the UK, especially. There's like a lot of empty retail, and we've already seen it, and we have so many landlords contacting us, asking for us to sort of come in and fit something out in their units. And also in new developments, there's like together with nursery, together with the local grocery store or something, we've definitely seen people wanting like a co-working space among that. It's sort of like that trio of places: nursery, co-working space, shop, and a cafe.
But is it affordable? Are you getting like a lower lease or?
Yes. So we get lower lease, and also we have rent-free periods, for instance. And at the moment we definitely see quite a competitive sort of market.
Yeah.
Our fit isn't very expensive either, so we don't sort of, there's no excess, like we don't really believe in sort of, fitting it out with all these unnecessary things. It's like, it is what it is, and you have what you have in order to sort of get work done, but it's not like a WeWork, full of basketball hoops and skateboard ramps and things.
Yeah. What about the people you take in? Like, how do you choose them, or when people apply, what are your requirements?
We're open to anybody. There's no requirements at all. Like we what do you mean? As in, if there's a certain
like people in different trades, like I could imagine it would be nice to, for example, have a place where you have mostly people in the building business, or architects, or artists, or.
Yeah, I guess because we're focusing on solo workers. I mean, before the pandemic, it was very much freelancers, really. But obviously now there's a lot of people that work sort of from home. They can't go back to the office. But it sort of tends to be, I wouldn't say that it's like the same sort of industry, but it's definitely, we see a lot of writers. We've seen people in media and the culture industry, but I wouldn't say that that's anything that we don't really have any requirements really for people that apply. We love the variety of our group.
Okay. What's your next step then? You have now the one location, right?
Yes.
What's the future plan?
So the one location we have is in East London, which is quite far out compared to well, it's not in the city centre, but we're looking at similar sort of locations, and we're really quite keen on finding something else. I mean, we're looking at opening one in West London already, so we're negotiating the lease at the moment, and another space next year in Southeast London. But that's sort of the area the way we're looking, almost like circling around London in areas like this, with a local high street, high sort of population of residentials, and TfL, commuter train sort of places.
So, okay, and why is that? Why are you not going to the city? Is it too expensive, or?
Yeah, it is really quite expensive, but also we've seen so many freelancers, that sort of end up sitting at home, and these people nobody lives in the city center. Everybody lives sort of outside. So that was one of the reasons, but also obviously like the real estate rent is a lot cheaper. But I don't think that these sort of the people that we're targeting wouldn't go into the city to sort of sit in a space like this.
Okay. Okay. Cool. What about the competition then? I mean, like, there are all kinds of alternatives then. Like, since this is a startup event, so I have to ask a startup question. Like, what makes you unique and so special from your competition? What's your magic ingredient, secret sauce?
So at the moment, we feel like there's nobody else really on the market in the same phase as we are that are as hyper local, as sort of agile, and
Mm.
yeah, in the same situation as we are right now. But we're already seeing people racing after coming up. But we believe that we're actually the first one doing what we're doing. But we're quite different to sort of the bigger established brands. But also, what we're not is a sort of boutique place. There's plenty of those places, or sort of one-off co-working spaces in
Mm.
areas. But we're a rollout.
Yeah. Okay. And after London, where are we going to be seeing you in the future?
Well, I'm hoping maybe up in Scandinavia or the Nordic countries.
Mhm.
Perhaps in Sweden if we. Um, yeah, I mean it would be fun, but I think outside of London, we definitely want to go up to other cities in the UK. Manchester, Cardiff, Liverpool, those sort of places.
Okay. And are you planning to do that quickly now, or are you just taking it easy and seeing where the situation goes?
We're not taking it easy. I think we'll be definitely seeing us sort of moving outside of London within the next 4 years.
Hmm. Okay. Cool.
Our investors would probably say 3 years, but
Yeah. By the way, you have investors. How much money you have raised?
for the first round, we raised about uh, £450,000.
Hmm. Okay. You
Mhm.
raising more now, or
Yes, we are.
okay? What's your ask? Now you can pitch it. There will be a lot of people seeing this, potential investors as well.
Well, I would like 1 or 1.5 million
Okay, and that
pounds
will be used for.
for 2 to 3 sites in London, depending on how much we get. Two, definitely two, but it would be amazing with 3 sites because then we can go east, west, north, and south.
Excellent. So then you you have a circle around the London then. So
Yes, and then we're going to start popping up on even more places around London, and then we're going to move outside.
excellent, excellent, good. Hey, thanks, Cara, for being here with us. Do you? Oh! I almost forgot. It's you're the first one today. So
Okay.
so I almost forgot one thing. I've asked everyone to give advice to our viewers. So one thing, one advice for everyone. How what should they do now in the current situation? Not defining what the current situation is, but what's your advice? One advice.
As a business owner or as a
I don't know. It's up to you. You choose.
well, I do believe that there's really quite exciting and new ideas that sort of come through crisis, and I would say to most people, or like that's what we really sort of felt is like never give up and just keep on pushing. I just think that some of the most exciting business ideas and plans will come, during times like this. So don't give up.
That's a very good one. Thanks very much, Caro. It's
Thank you so much. Thank
yes.
you. Bye
Bye.
bye.
Hey, Janne, I can't hear you.
Oh, it's because my microphone was on mute. Yes.
There we go.
Long time no see. How you're doing?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm actually at our Stockholm office, so that's why I'm in this weird red phone booth right now.
Okay. You've been there in Stockholm for. Are you there permanently now, or?
No, I'm just here for a few weeks, or basically a month right now, and then I'll be back in Helsinki. I was here quite a bit last winter.
Okay. How's the situation there? Like, how can you? How's the working environment there in the pandemic now?
Well, luckily enough, the office is quite empty. So there's not really that many people here, which makes it a bit easier. But yeah, otherwise the situation isn't easy. It feels a bit weird going to a food, to store or supermarket to buy food feels a bit iffy, especially if there's a lot of people around, which is not the feeling that I had in Helsinki. So in that sense, things are much better over there.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that you probably just can't go like hopping back and forth between Finland and Sweden, because then
I can't really, no.
Yeah, because then you need to take the quarantine both ways, actually. And I don't know if you need to take it.
No, it's not this way. So here in Sweden, there's no quarantine, but the problem is that it's 10 days in Finland, and you basically need to sit alone at your home, which is which gets quite boring. I've tried it out, but it's not fun.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to this thing. First of all, you had a comment from your previous presentation there. Joona Nyman says that Block's apartment valuation tool looks like a charm, and this comes from X and then from an X Valuator. So
nice.
It seems that it's been very good for you guys. You've sort of like see it as a useful tool, and it's benefited you a lot.
Yeah, definitely. It works it does work like a charm.
How does the competition sort of like deal with you now? I know that in the beginning in Finland there was all kinds of things going back and forth. How is it going in other countries like in Sweden now? What's to get the traditionals going to try to figure out all kinds of obstacles for you?
Yeah, I think in Sweden the sort of tactic that we chose was to not do too many illegal things in the beginning, or not sort of try the boundaries just yet. But we'll start with that probably in at some point. And in Finland right now, I think it's sort of gone from being very public to being a bit sort of hidden. So I'm quite sure that there's still this sort of fear, uncertainty, doubt tactic going on from the competition. But in the end, we'll win. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that's good. That's good thing. What's your? I think you said something about your expansion there, but what's? Could you talk a bit more about like when and where you're going to expand?
Sure, I can't, of course, give you exact dates because we don't know them ourselves either. Especially in this sort of Corona times that we live in, it's made expansion a bit trickier in the sense that you need to usually when you do expand somewhere, it requires quite a bit of traveling, and even when you have Zooms and Google Meets or whatever, it's not the same thing. You do need to physically be there, and then when you can travel back and forth between, for example, Finland and Sweden, the sort of expansion thing it does get a lot trickier. So we don't right now want to sort of take another country into that mix and sort of make lives for ourselves too hard. But I hope that we'll be able to do something maybe on the more technical side in other countries, maybe already this year, and at the latest in the spring or in the sort of winter, early next year. But like I said, what we're going to do in the beginning most likely is going to be heavily technical and require less sort of operational investments, because operational investments right now are hard due to the pandemic.
Okay, so you're making the service existing service better and coming up with new and better tools and features and what have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may make sense, and maybe you'll invent something totally new, because if you just look at let's think about the event industry, for example. Could you a year ago imagine that we would be like doing this sort of events? And
not really, and I've been an event industry expert in some sense, or organizing slush previously, so it does feel a bit weird. But I mean, I've been taking part in quite a few of these sort of virtual events, and it's you do get somewhat used to it, but it is the experience isn't the same. It's quite a bit more boring sitting behind a screen, sitting in your own living room and just listening into it. Some of the social aspects of it are lacking. And I feel that those are often a big part of why you go into events is that sort of social interaction, and that's hard to do online, even if you have these sort of networking platforms and all that. The serendipity of it all is missing a bit, but it does. I'm impressed by how well events are run, even though they can't be run physically. So I'm super impressed by RecoTech. I've been super impressed by what Slush has been doing with their community days, and I mean all the other events that I've taken part in. I've been positively surprised, and that of course does give us, like you said, a boost in ourselves, in our own work as well, to try to figure out how can we find something positive in a situation that's definitely not positive in any sense. How can we reconcentrate our thoughts, and especially now if we're not concentrating that much on international expansion, what can we do instead internally? Yeah.
Are there for example, are there ways how you could do some of the things in the actual trading virtually that are now, for example, do you need to go and visit the place, for example, physically? Could you just totally drop that?
Well, I mean, in theory you could, but both in Finland and Sweden, the buyer actually has quite a lot of rights if they do visit the apartment. They have a right to sort of complain about things that they see at the apartment. If they don't physically visit it, they don't have any right to complain about anything, and that's a big thing that we still try to find ways of sort of allowing people to visit apartments. That of course means that we do a lot of private showings, not that many public things, because it's a bit difficult if you have an apartment and have 20 people visiting it or whatever. So it does mean that there's a lot more private showings than previously, and I think that's the way that it just needs to work right now. But we do. At Block, we do photograph, or we do sort of make these 3D models of every single apartment that we sell with Matterport, which means that when people do go and view the apartment, be it in a private showing or in a public showing, they are much more, ready to buy the apartment in a way. They're much more, much closer to actually making the decision to buy instead of just being there and looking around. And that's, I think, quite important in these times, that people wouldn't too much just go around and look around and so on.
How's it going with competition? Like, are they sort of like, are they now frozen and panicking, or is there some who are sort of like reinventing themselves at the moment?
We haven't seen too much. I mean, I'd say that in the sort of March, April, maybe May time frame as well, suddenly everybody was saying that they're very digital and you can do everything digitally and so on. And it's kind of funny because previously they've said that that's impossible. You can't do stuff that way and that's wrong and so on. So then suddenly they all say that it's okay. So I hope that would sort of become a sort of positive thing for us in the long run. But that, like I said, I do think that remains to be seen how that works out in if that has a direct effect right now or in a year or so on. But actual changes into the business models or actual changes into how they're doing things have not happened. The one big thing that has changed in Finland a lot this year is that quite a few brokers have moved over to using the digital sales tool Dias, which is you can actually do the signing of the actual deal paperwork and transfer all of the money and do all of that digitally instead of visiting a bank, and that's been the adoption of that has been really high, and I'd say we I don't know the exact numbers, but we do by far over 50% of our deals online, and I'm pretty sure that we are the most active Finnish real estate agent on that platform when you sort of look at how many deals you do per week on it, because we prefer doing everything online. For us, everything digitally is the perfect solution. So
yeah, okay. Oh wow, that's interesting. Hey, there's one question that is really important for me, and I hope you know the answer for this question. Where's the sofa now?
Where's the sofa now?
Yeah.
I do not know the answer to that question. I'm really sorry.
You know which sofa I'm talking about?
I'm not sure which sofa you're talking about.
Remember your first PR photo ever? That was like all the newspapers.
Yeah, I know. No, that sofa. Yeah, I do remember that sofa. That sofa is left. It's at our office. You have
to tell people what I'm talking about.
Yeah. No. The first sort of promo picture that we did with Block was that we actually carried it's a sofa that I've gotten from my sister when she moved away from her apartment. We got it to our first office, which was we shared our office with Slush, so we had a small room at the Slush office. And then we carried the sofa out into the middle of the street in Helsinki, sat down on it and took a few promo pictures on it. And we'd actually done that several times after that. So all of the sort of team photos that we have done after that and still do, feature that sofa. So even our newest team photo, which I think has something like 20 or 25 people, has the sofa in the middle. So the sofa is still alive. The same sofa, it's still alive. It's still as dirty as it ever was. We're keeping it as a keepsake. It's a part of the culture now, I think.
Yeah, and it's good. I've heard people in the industry, in the startup industry, talking about the people on the sofa. Block, what was that? Oh, it's those guys who are sitting on the sofa in the middle of the street.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah, cool. Good to hear that it's still there. So
it's still there. It's still there. It'll stay around forever, I think, or at least until it breaks down. And at that point, we'll try to fix it, even though it's an IKEA sofa.
Yeah. Hey, it's a good cooperation partnership with IKEA. Just call them and say hey, your icon is our icon now. So
yeah, exactly.
Hey, one final thing before I let you go. I've asked this to everyone. So give one advice, just one, one advice to everyone in the situation, like how to deal with the future. What's your advice?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I've been thinking about that a lot myself this year. And to be honest, the best thing that I've done is that during this sort of pandemic, I've spent more time. This is I might not be the only one saying this, but I've spent more time reading, and I've also spent more time not just reading this sort of business literature or sort of trying to become a better person with every book I read or something like that. I've read a lot of fiction, a lot of sort of, stories that have nothing to do with business or anything like that to sort of get my mind off the business side of things. And it feels for me that it's actually helped a lot to sort of clear my mind as well. That's been my sort of tip on how to sort of prepare for the future, trying to sort of get away of the current situation and see a sort of normal world behind all of this madness going on. Yeah,
That's a good advice. I think we'll take that. Hey, thanks
Cool.
very much, Rudy, for being
Thank
there
you.
with us, and stay safe in Sweden and make good business. And
I'll do that.
hope to see you soon in real life.
Yeah, hope so. See you soon.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye. You're live.
What up, Janne?
Hey, good to see you.
So,
A long time no see in real life. So,
the time we live in.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Thanks for being here. I saw a part of your presentation there, and really interesting stuff. I've actually been wondering, like, what do you guys do? Because we've never managed to talk about it before. So, can you give me like a 30-second pitch on what you're doing? Sort of like in the
I got
name
a
of
45-second one honed out here.
That's great. That's great.
No, I mean basically we are a hospitality brand that is an alternative to hotels and short stay apartments. So basically the best of the hotel experience and the best of the short stay rental, the sort of Airbnb type experience, where we've taken from the hotels, we've taken the branded promise. With a Hilton, you know what you get. With a Bob W, you know what you get, which is something you totally don't get in the majority of the 4 million short stay apartments in Europe. You don't know where the key pickup is. Do you trust the host? Is the neighborhood okay? All that stuff. Then from the hotels, we take the scalability of it. So we're in commercial properties only. So we're not a secret hotel or anything like that we don't piss off neighbors because it's a commercial building. And that means that we also benefit from the scale, and we are in full control of the inventory that we have. So we rent those out in long-term and performance-based leases and management deals. Then finally, we've got services, but not downstairs in the lobby, and not services that a 4-star hotel is required to have. But instead, what does our target demographic, 20 to 45-year-old, urban middle class, digitally native, hipsters, whatever you want to call them, the sort of generation that's probably a lot of us is listening to this live stream as well. And we deliver it seamlessly through tech. So we've got a gym. It's always within 500 meters. It's complimentary. It's local. We've got breakfast. It's 3 hipster cafes. Oh crap!
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Now I can hear you.
Yeah, sure. That works.
Yeah. Okay, so I did the faux pas, and because the Wi-Fi isn't working, so I'm on the phone wave. So theoretically, somebody could give us a try. But anyways, so we have those services, but instead we deliver them through technology in the neighborhood because people want to live like a local, anyways, when they travel these days. Certainly our target segment. So then from the short stays, we took the better bang for the buck. So we're priced somewhere between the equivalent hotel and the equivalent amateur hosted apartment. We've got the utility of an apartment, so you can stay with us for 1 night or 90 nights for different use cases. And and you've got always the same utility. You can always rest assured there's a washing machine, there's always a dishwasher, there's always that same level of stuff, so you can show up with a backpack and stay for.
It's an apartment, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So if you from a real estate standpoint, where we are a hotel without shared spaces downstairs, without a lobby, and we've got kitchens that are and apartments that are super nicely designed. We've got ecological solutions and locally sourced. So that's basically it. And then obviously the whole thing, the local authenticity is really that what people want in the short stay rental and that Airbnb experience. So we've got over 50% local furniture, 50% local designers, etc. And then this whole thing is packaged up, the best of the hotel, best of the short stay, into Bob W, this luxury brand. And under the hood, the whole thing runs on tech, so we don't screw things up. And in fact, meet and exceed your expectations every time. So we give a 5-star experience to every guest, every visit, every time. And frankly, our track record with over 10,000 guests has shown that actually that's exactly what we do.
Okay, great. What about the locations? Like, where are your locations?
So we go by the neighborhood, right? So we might have multiple properties in a neighborhood. Because why? Because you can come to Helsinki. There's 10,000 short stay rental apartments. But if you know nothing about Helsinki or Bratislava or whatever city you're going to, you don't know where you want to stay. And that's the benefit of choosing a certain hotel brand that you like. You end up in the right neighborhood. So we brand by neighborhood. So we are in Telliskivi, Tallinn, which is again is the sort of very hipster mecca of the Baltics. And in Helsinki, we've got Punavuori, and we are expanding to London, which we're able to in the next couple of weeks publicize what neighborhood we're going to go to with our first building signed there, as well as we also have on top of that we've got 2 new neighborhoods being introduced for Helsinki, and with another 2 countries expected to be publicized in Q1.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds that sounds great. So, how do you market yourselves, and how do you find customers? I mean, like, obviously we're doing it now, but like you must have like a system there.
Yeah.
Have
So I mean, ultimately for us, we are like over 60% direct bookers, and if you contrast that with the hotel industry average, which is somewhere in the 14% range, we're actually doing really amazing. And it's just a better product. So word of mouth and people, gravitate towards it. 75% of our repeat bookers book directly with us, which is not the typical behavior on booking.com or Airbnb or what have you. And then that takes us to, we are in over 200 plus channels. In short stay channels, in hotel channels, and we have that flexibility. So we see it as a customer acquisition channel. We are not an apples to apples product. We are the best of the hotel, best of the short stay rental experience. So when guests stay with us, they're like, damn, I want to stay with a Bob W again. And as a result of that, they directly find again. So basically we've got B2B, which is again for this, we believe that, this generation's mixing business with pleasure. And that's why we really cater that product to it. And we also work with the companies that employ the generation. So tech companies, scale ups, creative industries, what have you. So B2B, gaming the marketplaces and the OTAs, and then just having a way better product where consumers actually word of mouth has driven the fact that we are at the occupancy levels that we are, and we're beating the hotel market during the pandemic with 3x, with all the summer months being 90% plus when our market averages was in the low 30s. So
wow, that's amazing thing, and you're growing like crazy.
Yeah, we are. So we raised 4 million in the spring. We expect to hit 1,000 units signed by the end of this year. So we will, and that will be across 4 countries, and the 5th one should be. So as we said, we should be able to publicize another 2 countries by Q1, maybe even end of this year already. And as we go for commercial property, we're obviously not going for individual apartments, and we can actually have the benefit of scale there. We're doing, partial office conversions, full office conversions, old hotels being converted to our purposes, and then also some interesting greenfield projects, always in urban centers and hand-picked neighborhoods. So they're right on point for the 20 to 45-year-old target demographic.
Really, really nice. That sounds really good. So for people who want to go there, I mean, like I like the idea when you're talking about the direct bookings, and when people learn to love you, they come back. So the retention point here is super, super important. Funnily, I'm just trying to find an analog of you guys, and I actually personally find it that I have actually managed to identify in the Southern European countries for vacation purposes, but managed to locate this small sort of like apartment hotel things that are not really even hotels. So when you find one, you just want to go there again and again and again. So
that's the thing. You hit the mark there, Janne. I mean, ultimately, if you're looking at it, there's 7 million hotel rooms in Europe alone. There's 4 million short stay rentals. The hotels are about 50% branded. So they're Hiltons, the Hoxtons, if you want to do cool, Cumulus, if you want to do budget. You know what you get. But the short stay rental industry, the apartment, like short stay apartments, there is no brands. But and that's why, we are doing that technology first, but Bob W is really we're the European first mover to really create that brand. Now, that doesn't mean, unlike a Hilton, which looks like the same crap, and nothing against Hilton, I've had good experiences there as well, but it's a narrow use case, and it's generic, and if you look at what are people looking for these days, local authentic experiences that's more home-like. We travel a lot more, so routine has to keep going on in life. If we did it like traveling like in the old days, that we got drunk every night and took souvenirs every time that we did, the amount of traveling that we do these days, we'd be in really bad shape and broke. So basically we are doing what Hilton and Marriott did in the 70s in an analog playbook building, standard creating concept, but technology first, hospitality as a service, and doing that for the short stay rental market. And frankly, the beauty of that, and you talked about it before, we talked about why the product works as well, is that our use case is a lot more broader, because it's got that, we are providing you, yes, with the local authenticity, the local services, but it has the utility of an apartment. So it's not just for your weekend trip. It's for that relocating engineer in your company that's sticking around for 5 weeks. It's for the pipe renovate, your pipes burst and you need a place to stay for 3 months. And that ability has been key for us in really striking a balance between sort of tourist appeal versus that local appeal, and that when you're really looking for a place to stay, that's not fully living, but in the short end of the spectrum.
Also, are you also offering some, like you said, like you're taking the best of the hotels, etc. Are you also developing new things? I'm just starting to get ideas here. So, for example, if I've been at some point of my life, I've been in a situation where I've been sort of like hopping between 2 or 3 cities like all the time on a weekly basis and staying one night or another. And I remember back then I was really fed up with the fact that I was just carrying my laundry back and forth, and I was just carrying my tech gear back and forth. So do you have like a smart boxes if I come like for 2 nights per night? So is there a place where I can like stack my stuff while I'm away?
So we've got self-service luggage storage units in our properties, and so that's not something we currently offer, but I think that kind of stuff is exactly the thing, because we don't have the chains of a traditional hotel and what a 4-star is supposed to offer or not. I think, we're really listening to our customers and bringing those pieces, and that's why we are bringing co-living partnerships and what have you, because once the pandemic subsides, because that is what the customers are looking for in our segment. And we look at that, we can look at it a lot more broadly, and we see that fitness is what people cared about, so we have yoga mats in the online yoga studios, we've got the gym access, we've got interactive jogging route guide, stuff like that. So we're putting all those, but we don't have that yet. But for you jumping around from city to city, we should be able to show an interesting product by Q1 as well.
Excellent.
Which excited to talk about. So
excellent.
Cool.
Hey, thanks, Nico, for being here. And one more thing.
Sure.
I've asked everyone here to give one advice to all the people who are listening and hearing this. So one advice: what to do, what to think, how to react in this current situation, thinking about the future. One advice, wisdom.
Yeah, don't get stuck in your old ways. It'll get you killed.
That's a good short and good one. So that's really good. Hey, awesome. Thanks, Nico, for being here, and see you around.
Thanks, Janne. All the best.
See you. Bye. Hey, Rick.
Hi.
Yeah. I saw you. You could have joined us as well. I thought I just took you on stage because I know you were coming, but that's okay. That's okay.
No, I got freaked out. So I'm still that Finnish that I kind of freak out in social awkwardness. So so I jumped out. But
So
yeah,
you are Finnish.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Okay.
what you in Finland call hurri. So so
Okay.
Swedish speaking Finn.
Okay, but your name is not Swedish speaking Finn name either. So
No, they messed me up that way. So I'm born in Finland, and I think the name is Danish from the
Ella?
newspaper royalty. Yeah, exactly.
Ella? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I was briefly watching the fireside chat yesterday, and I was like, that guy has a like English language name, but he sounds like a Finn.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I was just confused, and now you mention it, so I brought
Yeah.
it up.
People don't usually place my English anywhere particularly, so it's good that it's at least that much Finnish as well, as well as my social awareness.
You have the Finnish flatness or some of it up there, so
Yeah,
that's
something like that.
That's a good one. Hey, 780 degrees. I only know that from winter sports, or yeah, well, actually, from sports. So what do you guys do?
Yeah, we're very
You're not
interested in winter
snowboarders.
sports. That's it. No, everyone's snowboarders. No one can join unless they do sailing or snowboarding. I think it's a sailing term as well, so fits with the Finnish Swedish part. But it's actually the name comes from kind of a dull origin in the way that most common particle is called a half-spin particle, and it's called a half-spin particle because it has to rotate 2 full rotations before it returns to its original state. So while normal things would rotate 360 degrees and return to the original state that it was in, half-spin particles have to go 2 full rotations so that they are in the original state. And that's boring, and you can't see it and you can't know it. So that's why we kind of describe what you can't see, and that's it.
Okay, excellent. Well, we have Henrik here from Sweden. Stay put. Welcome. I think you just came from the stage. So let's see if you have there. But we'll just get Rick in. So let's all be here together for a while. But yes. So Rick, going back to you. So what do you guys do? Climate AI.
Indoor climate AI. So what we do, so we've spent the past 7 years developing abilities to interpret indoor environmental quality data, such as simple temperature, carbon dioxide, VOCs, particulate matter, pressurization, noise, putting all this into context with each other and with the well-being of occupants in buildings. And developing ways to analyze this using just common enough artificial intelligence applications, machine learning, neural nets, to predict and to kind of proactively work on improving environments and really showing then our customers what they can do to communicate better, what they can do to improve on the environments, and what the limitations are as well. So knowing what limitations are for a building is incredibly important for managing it.
Okay. But you sort of like it said somewhere you're the first in the world, and I'm really sensitive about the first words since I claim to do first myself. So so what does it mean? I mean, like you're plugging into the existing HVAC systems, and then you just keep controlling that, or do you? And then there's some AI. I hope it's real AI, not just the rule sets like some use. So talk about that first thing, really. How like what's the unique thing there in what you're doing?
Yeah, I'd say it's a combination of things. I mean, being first, I have the same kind of reaction to it. It's just the dates speak for themselves. So if someone can show me they did it first, then I'll give up that title. Some feel it's really important. I don't know if it's important. I just think it's factual, and facts is what we go by. So we were the first ones who who tried to apply machine learning on identifying, for instance, material emissions within a building when this was only possible through separate VOCs before. And we did it in the beginning. We did it with simple thresholds and rules and tried to, but the absolute values were just so different because it was all relatives. So we had to really apply k nearest neighbor on it. And when you apply k nearest neighbor, you start to be in the realm of machine learning and AI subsets. But then we use technologies from different suppliers that are neural net applications that we use to predict and project PM levels, for instance, indoor based on outdoor projections and indoor values. So this comes to a point where we can, with 95% certainty, predict the next 9 days of particulate matter. I think they have it at close to 95% for 28 days as well. But either way, we're very we are applying it. I'm not saying that it's just barely better than rule set. It's not necessarily worth the investment for us, but we feel that for our customers it will be and is.
Yeah. This is good. Now I actually want to bring in Henrik here to this discussion, so don't go anywhere, Rick. Tjena, Henrik. Allt väl? We could also do this in Swedish, but I think the audience would, some of them would dislike it. So let's not go there. You guys are doing, I saw a part of your presentation, you're doing this tenant management solutions or something like that. Could you just like give a short, like a 30-second description, a startup pitch on what you're doing?
Yeah, the elevator pitch for Tempo will simply be that this is an Omni app addressing multiple needs from the tenant side in order to enhance the various things you have to deal with in your living environment, and everything from communicate with your neighbors, handle bookings, get service, get information, make payments, and issue reporting. So everything you can think of as a tenant in where you live.
Okay. So it means that you're providing a platform that services the tenants and their needs. Now the question that links to this is, so how do you guys, like, how does your stuff work together? I mean, like, Rick, are you doing the climate, the indoor climate optimization? Are you doing that? Is it somehow controlled by the tenants or the facility managers?
Yeah, that's interesting because demand is really driven by tenants and by large corporates for our solution as well. Real estate owners, on their hand, they have much more concrete benefits because it's so hard to measure productivity and well-being. So for us, it's tenants and facility managers represent tenants in this case who are driving it and moving forward.
Okay. But how would it then work? I could take an example of my office here at home. I don't know what our facility management would even understand, because if I tell them that I have some issues with this room, I basically, the reason why I'm so wide is that I have so much light in this room and so much electricity that it's actually I have very air dry just in this room alone. I have 2 huge studio lights here. Altogether, I have 7 lamps running, 3 computers, audio stuff, etc. And you can imagine how dry the humidity levels are really bad here. If I go to the next room, it's not like that. So if I that sort of requested, would it, Henrik, through your platform be possible to sort of do things related to this? Do you have services there? And then again, Rick, could your solution somehow understand the situation that I'm running a video broadcasting studio here in one room and improve the climate?
If I answer that question, yes, because we are actually building our platform on a very open standard that now seems to be the industry standard in Sweden. And we have our API, which allows these kind of things to happen. We have a number of pilots going on where you actually have the ability to get sensor information. I think there is a little bit left until you can actually handle all the, as a tenant, you can handle everything, because we have been challenging and struggling with the hardware in order to get that as smooth as possible. Much is happening in the industry now, and I would probably guess that within Office, we have a segment in Office as well. They are a little bit more advanced there, because they're in the office environment, sensors and information about where people are in the office and various kind of conditions of the air is very, very crucial in order to get the full productivity of the workers. So this is moving very quickly, and it's actually driven by the office side of the industry. I think the residential side will come, but slightly after.
Yeah, I think that you put yourself in either a really good position or really bad position by saying that you know what the problem is. That's words that either facility management loves or hates, and it depends on them a little bit. So if they ask, how do you know this? How do you know that it's dry there? If it's something that helps them, then they're gonna be glad. But otherwise, where's the data? So in an ideal situation, you have the data to show them, and in an ideal situation, actually, they'd have the data and you'd have the data before it ever affects you. So that way you can proactively act yourself. In a home environment, we're talking about a lot of limitations for facility management, for property management, and for engineering overall. So really, it is a lot up to the occupant. It doesn't change the fact that the occupants are affected, the tenants are affected by it. So you might also be, now it seems like you have an understanding towards why your environment is like that, and that's not really common. It's more common to blame facility management. And then it's really bad to not have data for both parties, because both want to solve the issue, both want to know what it is. And if you can have some machine learning algorithms running which identifies this issue and can say, okay, if we have enough studios being brought up in home apartments now, which we actually do, in these times, people are setting up lighting and doing a lot of conferences from home and these things. So you can actually trigger an event which says like, hey, this is not an optimal solution for you. And then you might be able to drink more water, whatever it is that gets you through that dry period.
Okay. Well, if we do that from Henrik, if you're not doing residential, the same thing could actually happen in an office environment. So would it be possible? And I mean, like, I think this is a question like what you just said, Rick. Who's got the authority to know what's right and what's wrong? So, well, in my case, I just happen to know, and I think people know before, because I pretty much like prop myself with all kinds of smart home things. But in the offices, that actually may be even more difficult, because you have like people on the open offices, and whether that it's cold inside or it somehow feels bad, and then people have different sentiments. So how do you deal with that? Is it doable? Is there a feedback mechanisms for this, or so how does it work? I've been working my life in so many different office environments that there's always someone who thinks it's something is wrong with the microclimate inside. So and then it normally ends up with the complaints end up with if something is changed, then someone else is unhappy. So do you actually, Rick, bring solutions to that as well?
Yeah. So we have everything that we create is to make it easier for the occupants. So because that's going to make life easier for facility management in the end. So we have availabilities to give feedback. So through different means, so digital signage solutions, through an application integration into IWMS systems, and even standalone tablets, which are most common, where people can see what the conditions are and give feedback, which is connected to the data. So we actually gather both feedback data and data from indoor conditions, from pressurization, VOCs, everything, from hundreds and hundreds of facilities. There's over 100 million data points per day just analyzed on triggering these things. So that we have a connection to the occupants, because not everything can be solved with engineering. There are a lot of things, and I don't want to say that in a way like people are helpless. It's more like you can't blame the building for everything, and occupants also know this when they have the data there, so it helps a lot.
What's your take on that, Henrik?
Well, as I said, this will eventually happen. It's just a matter of time. And the question is it driven by the office side or resi side of the industry? And my kind of view on that is what we see here in Sweden. The office side is much more pronouncing the sensor aspects much stronger than we can see in the residential side. But as you say, Rick, this will happen, and I'm sure the money will be invested here in the near future in residential apartments as well.
What about the cost in this issue then? Like, how big role does that play? I know that cost savings always work for the industry decision makers. They want to cut costs everywhere. So can you improve the cost efficiency as well?
Yeah, so in both residential and in office. So office is about 90% of our segment, I'd say, or 80%, and then a large part of the rest are schools and care facilities and these kind of places. So residential is a completely new segment that we're opening now. So we're just doing the research and monitoring homes as part of a trial right now. But it is interesting, and the discussions that we have regarding hardware and hardware costs, and then monitoring fees and these things, is that if you can decrease churn, so if you can decrease the amount of spaces that stay empty every year, just from having people move less, just related to the indoor environment, that can cover the entire cost. So even if you don't take into consideration the fact that your brand improves, or that the value of the building improves, or there's less maintenance cost because there's less running around, even if you don't take those into consideration, just from having people stay a little bit longer than average, just tied to environmental quality, that's where you can cover the entire cost. So the return is quite massive in these cases as well. And it's all thanks to lower sensor prices, I'd say, because sensor development, when we started, there were no sensors for this. We even tried to develop our own, and then there started to come a few, so maybe 2 within the following 3 years. And now in the last year, we've seen like really rigid sensor systems developed for 1/3 of the price, and it's about 20 or 30 different ones, globally speaking, that have been developed in past year. So it's a huge development for being able to monitor, and it's why we set up our company. We thought it would happen sooner, that there would be cheap, good sensors available, and someone needs to interpret the data and do something with it. We thought it would happen earlier, but now it's happening. So now it's interesting that it can actually be expanded quite low cost to all facilities.
Just a comment there, Janne. If we rewind the tape a little bit here and ask the question, what drivers for this to happen? I think this is very much driven upon the very strong customer focus now, especially on the office side and also the rest side. I mean, today the many real estate owners and are focusing not only to rent out space over a period of time, Now it's very much also about to provide productivity, health, safety, and services. I mean, there's a completely new ball game here. And if you have that additional kind of value added in your proposition, you have to actually address these kind of things very quickly, because the only way to do that is by putting in sensors and more intelligence in the buildings.
Yeah. Okay. Any comment on that, Rick? Or
I fully agree. I mean, data will be available so that we and our customers can serve their customers better, and that's really where everything's going. So without the data, it's really hard to do anything, and it's really set us in a position of word against word in cases where there's really no clear truth. For instance, we can be talking about the stuffy air all day long, but then the reason is really high temperature, and then it's really hard to deal with those things and solve them. So yeah, it's difficult otherwise if you don't have that. I think there's going to be a lot of value in the segment in the next few years.
Excellent. Hey, gentlemen, we're starting to run out of time. Moving to next things, and I don't want to keep you here for too long. And one thing for both of you, I've been asking this from everyone, and that one question is like, what's your advice for everyone in this current situation thinking forward? So just one piece of advice to everyone.
Who wants to go?
Whoever is ready.
Okay. My advice has been lately to everyone, because the situation that everyone's talking about is, of course, this corona, and I think that everyone should wake up to it and also see, like, you don't see what's under the surface for people, especially now. You don't even know what's under surface for yourself. So I'd go with a non-business centric advice and be kind to yourself and be kind to others, because things are going to be rough and you're not going to notice it necessarily.
A good one.
Yeah, if I could give advice to our clients, I would say that there is 3 big drivers now in the industry. We see a very big shift into the young generation who've been brought up with mobiles and see digitalization as something absolutely normal. We have to address their needs. Absolutely. We have waited too long in this industry. Secondly, we can see new actors coming into the resi market or property market with completely new, different models that threatening to disrupt many big companies. I think it's very important to address this and understand how you can improve the business model in order to be more protected and enhance the value of your properties. And finally, the whole pandemic and the COVID situation has put enormous pressure on how to rethink on how we keep each other healthy and safe. So I think these 3 forces together addresses the need to the property companies who doesn't have a clear strategy in how to be more digital. They will probably have a bit of a challenge the years ahead, but most of the companies we work with, they are very advanced and forward thinking in this respect.
Okay, great. That was good advice. At this point, thank you very much for being here. Tack så mycket, Rick och Henrik.
Tack.
Och vi hörs senare.
Ha det bra.
Okej. Tack. Hej då. Hey, Andreas.
Hey, Janne. How's it going?
Live. Yes, you are live. Let me just get our
Live and kicking.
alive and kicking. Yeah. There we go. Welcome. I just saw like a
Thanks.
last 20 seconds of your presentation there, which wasn't really any useful at all. So give me like a 30-second quick overview of what was your message there.
Well, basically, you know, we started like a platform to, you know, make the property maintenance more efficient and sustainable.
Mhm.
But by doing that, you also need to have modern technology, right? And we see more and more different things than just cost savings that you can actually, you know, take advantage of. And that's basically, you have to start leverage the nitty-gritty data that you actually have in the property management to do, and you can do so much more with it. And there's things that we never thought about, and to be honest, that you can leverage in a way that we're doing now. So yeah, I think the property owners that are, you know, trying and also going to be kind of have the courage to change the old way of thinking and working, they will be absolutely winners in this case.
What's the old way of?
Well, it's basically, you know, working with the old tools. Like today, I mean, it's 2020, almost 2021 now, and it's still kind of a common way to use post-it notes, you know, sticky notes, stuff like that, and physical, you know, binders that have reporting in it. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that's kind of how the reality works, you know.
Yep. Okay. So how are you providing to this? I mean, like even like yesterday and today, I have seen so many new solutions that are sort of doing something on this field, and there's going to be more looking at the program. So what's special with you guys? How are you part of the ecosystem?
Well, I think we're taking another approach by starting. We're coming from the property owner side. We have the eyes of a property owner, and if you look at the history, especially in Sweden and Finland, kind of the property manager or the property caretaker has their own system or the way they work, and the property owners are not the one that driving kind of the bus here regarding this. So I think, you know, we're coming from the kind of the property owner side, and we want to give back the power to the property owner instead of sitting, you know, behind and just riding along. I think that's our, you know, first kind of differentiator that we have to the other systems out there. Yeah. But then, you know, also we're startup / scale up. We're using modern technology and we're trying, testing, failing, you know, get up again. You know, kind of this new way of working that smaller companies can do that the larger corporation can't do it in that way that we're doing it. So I think that's also something I guess that every startup has, but we have 4 years of data back, historic data that we can use a lot. So I think that's a threshold there.
So talking about this shift of, because the one who, as far as I understand, the one who has had the data and system sort of like has been in control of it as well. and in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong here, it has been like the property owner and property manager relationship there. Of course, is data exchange. And that is being mostly handled by the property manager, whatever system and needs and will they have. And then on the other side, the facility manager and then the tenants are sort of like more actively running on the system provided by the whoever is managing the facility as such. Yeah. And then between these two blocks, there is some communication, but I don't know if that's that active. It's sort of like like we manage the property, and you take care of the facilities, and if there is something, we'll let you know. So are you now moving like all this because to the owners because the money's interest should be actually the tenant's interest, right?
Yeah.
So are you doing this maybe?
Well, we're not working with tenants so much, to be honest. But what we're doing, that we're shifting kind of the power from as you say, from the property caretaking using their own system to actually, putting the power back to the property owner. And what we can see, but based on this, that actually people or companies that our clients are using our tool not just to report and the nitty-gritty data and all this kind of thing. Now they're starting to use our platform even before they buy a property in their underwriting process. So you can leverage the data to actually win deals if you handle the data in the right way. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're basically giving back what belongs to the property owner, but they've been giving away to kind of the property maintenance guys.
And is this then what is it? Was it changing for the property owners? They get more data, and what's is there a consequence?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, of course, they get data, but the thing is that the transparency is the big thing. They get control over what's happening in the property instead of just having a quarterly reporting checkup. Everything goes according to the budget, and then over with it. Basically, you can have control on the nitty-gritty things that are in the property. Everything that happens are basically logged, and you have access to it 24/7. Which give it's a transparency, and that's where we see the cost savings too, because now you don't pay what you don't get. So that's also big of the cost savings, because the transparency is there, and you can follow it up in a super easy way.
Okay. Have you managed to find from the data, is there like a relation to the investment or the return on the investments as well? So because the property investors are there to get return on their money. So can you see that? Can you show that?
Can you explain more about the questions? What
if the property owners are investing to the properties because they want to get money out of it, right?
Yeah.
What you are
kind of refining the property?
No, it's like, are you getting better returns for the money? Is there more money for the investors because of how you're helping them?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the valuation, if you cut the savings, or if you cut the cost and make savings, that's on the last row, right? So basically that drives up the value of the property in a way. And it's also a thing when you log everything. It's as I said in the exit process, you have a trustworthy, you have timestamps on your thing you've done. You can actually follow up in an easy way that it actually costs this much and that much. So the diligence process when you want to sell the property is also easier, and it's more trustworthy, because now you have timestamps on everything. It's not just in a binder somewhere in the property. So you can hand over kind of the 4, 5, 10 years of maintenance in one click, and you can have timestamps on everything you've done, right? So I mean, that's also a very valuable thing and an advantage when you want to sell and exit the property.
Okay.
But of course, I mean, you can show that the cost is lower, and that will increase the value of the property, of course.
What about the future? Where are you guys? What's your direction now, and what do you see happening in the near and not so near future?
Yeah, well, yeah, we're starting to see exciting things. We, as I said, we're seeing kind of benefits that we never thought, because of kind of the historic data that we have. and clients are using the platform in different ways. Some of them are more creative than others. So you know, but what we're seeing now is we have a super exciting project going on with the snow shoveling module, where you actually can take control of your snow shoveling in an easy way. And we see that the industry has a huge problem with snow shoveling and the control and invoices coming, you know, in the middle of the summer and everything. So we're working hard on that snow shoveling module to really get control of the snow problem that the property owners have, which is, you know, we have a super cool solution there with modern technology using computer vision. So it's going to be fun too.
I'm a techie. You have to tell me about the computer vision helping the snow shoveling.
So basically, you know, in an easy way, not to tell too much, but we can. So the first step is to kind of measure the snow level, right? So see how deep the snow is, and then create a working order in the platform. And the step 2 is to see the change in the climate. So if it's getting cold, it's warm, and then cold again. Then we have to send someone out to, you know, sand or do something else, right? So no one is hurting themselves. And then the third one is to actually measure the snow and the weight of the snow, so you can do stuff with, you know, how heavy the snow is. That's like the third step. So we're just waiting for the snow here in Sweden. We haven't got it yet, so
it's gonna be some in the north today. So
we have a few pilots going on in north of Sweden. So, but it's still no snow up there. So we'll see. But that's, I mean, that our roadmap is being kind of helping the property owners take control over the different kind of maintenance tasks, the property maintenance. So that's our roadmap, and what's coming up. That's the snow shoveling module. It's a big thing for us, and I think that's going to be a big thing for the property owners.
So you are going on the facility management side, because that's the shoveling thing clearly belongs to the facility management, or yeah. Okay, that's good. How if you work for the owner, how extensive you're going to have things like this, because actually, living in Finland and knowing something about the issues related to snow shoveling, one of the big issues is the responsibility. So it can be actually very costly to the property owner if there is ice and the pavements are not being sanded, or if you have these hanging icicles on the roofs, and we're talking about millions of worth of payments even for one case if this icicle happens to go through a person walking on the pavement, and because it's the property owner in the end who pays for that. So are you going like optimizing for that? Like, it's better to put a bit more sand there so someone doesn't go.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're trying to apply modern technology where we can use it, right? I mean, technology, just by using technology, is worthless. So we need to make use of, where we can add an automatic process and, leverage the technology, we will do that. If that's by, sending out people to sand, or, helping people to kind of prevent the ice from getting from the roof, we will do that. But if we can, in a trustworthy and kind of in a way that makes sense, we use the technology to optimize and effectivize the workload. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Hey, I have one question for you. I've asked this question like as a last question. I'm going to let you go soon. So, I would like to hear, and the people would like to hear, your one piece of advice you give to everyone in these times looking forward. So what would your advice be?
To startups and property, or to property owners, or to
everyone,
whoever?
To everyone. whoever you
Okay.
this advice.
Yeah, my advice would then be, fail fast. Try and fail fast. Don't, do it more complicated than it has to be. Try it out, see if it sticks or not. If it does, build on that, do it, continue doing what works, and then you take away the things that doesn't work. So my advice is, try and fail fast. That would be my advice to everyone.
Okay, great. That's a good advice. Okay. Hey, thank you very much. Tack så mycket.
Yeah, thanks, Janne. Yeah.
That you were here, and I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Janne. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Sarah, welcome. You're online.
Hello.
Yeah, let me just get on the screen. So, yeah, hey, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I heard, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. I had a very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, I didn't have opportunity to see it, just like the very last question. But I'm gonna continue straight away because you had questions that were forwarded over to me from the session. There was a question: is the survey accessible to participants?
The survey will be accessible publicly to everyone, just as our previous year's surveys have been, but it just hasn't come out yet. So this is not even yet hot off the presses. So this is the preview of the findings. So as soon as it is available, we will post it all over social media and make sure that everybody sees it so that they can get their hands on it. I think it's exciting to you see, even more insights, deeper insights from the full report.
Okay, excellent. There's one thing, even though I didn't see it, but just saw the description of what you were talking about. So, having a bit of a history myself with data, I'm going to ask the question that has been seen in so many industries related to data, and maybe you can. There's something in the findings there as well, and one thing is sort of like two-sided. It's the ownership of data and the transparency. So, what were the findings on that area?
I haven't literally seen any more findings than what you've seen, in our presentation today. So unfortunately, I don't have any deeper insights on, data ownership, but I definitely agree with you that that is a critical issue, especially as, we start sharing data much more between different parties. Who owns the data and who are we going to share it with? What are the privacy issues that are related to that, especially as we gather data about the tenant experience, which I see as a really key use case. But that's where we come into some of the challenges with data privacy as well.
Yeah. Well, outside of the survey, what's your take on for example, there's a multi-layer structures from the data perspective or organizational perspective, all the way from the owner to the tenant, and a lot of data being created and collected at all layers. So, who should own the data and why?
Oh boy. I mean, I think that this is not an easy question. I think that this is, it depends on what data it is, and it depends on where it was generated, and who we're collecting data or what we're collecting data about. If we're collecting data from, the building and the building technology systems in the building, I think it's fairly clear that that ownership is likely in the hands of the building owner, because they also own all of those systems that are in there. But of course, the building systems manufacturers would like to have that data as well, and often are building today digital services on top of those building tech systems that they're installing in buildings. So I think they'd like to put a service on top of it and sell it back to the building owners. But if it's about the occupants and the tenants, I think that then you start getting into issues about who really is owning that data, and then we have an issue of, well, maybe it's the tenant, but maybe we are not allowed to always collect as much data as we would like to collect. But of course, if we are able to anonymize the data that we're collecting, then I think that allows much more.
Do you see any special features in the real estate relating to the there's one thing related to data is the platform war there. So whether you have like open platforms or open ecosystems, open APIs, or then there are some vendors who are actually going with the total vendor lock-in and total data lock-in thing. So how do you see that in the real estate business? Which way is going, and who's gonna win the game?
Well, I think it's unclear right now. I think that everybody acknowledges that the open model is, in the long run, going to be, a better model. But I think that in practice, when we start forming ecosystems, we don't want our competitors in the same ecosystem where we are. And so in those early stages, I think that it's unlikely that we're going to, form these open ecosystems. I think the first step is sort of these closed ecosystems. A good example of that is the Keko ecosystem that, YIT and Caverion and Halton have now, launched. It'll be interesting to see what they actually do with that. I think players like Platform of Trust certainly have a role to play, to be sort of a neutral party in and offer, the data harmonization and be that platform in between and create those linkages that allow the ecosystem to sort of form. But I think it is really unclear at this moment still, who the winner is going to be in terms of open or closed. But I see maybe as a continuum. But we first need more, companies and organizations on the platforms as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, well, my personal opinion there is that if there is too much sort of like restrictions on the availability of data, and I don't mean that there, I know there's a movement, but it's also a misunderstanding that open data means free data. Not talking about free data, talking about just open data. That if there is no open data, if there are no APIs to have like any even opportunity to access the data flow, it's going to stop the evolution of taking advantage of the data. And in the long term, it's going to be a huge war. I see this at the moment going on the agricultural and food ecosystem very, very strong, but also in a lot of like pure tech, IoT, etc. The platform wars are just like killing it at the moment.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
And considering the number of sort of like the plethora of complex appliances and data creators in the construction industry, when it's sort of like get there, it's going to be even worse.
I think so.
Yeah.
I unfortunately have to jump off already now. But thank you so much.
Give me. I have one very quick question for you.
Okay.
Because I need to ask this for everyone. One piece of advice to everyone in this moment about the future. One wisdom.
I mean, if we think about data and data strategy, I would say that it really, really needs to start with a needs assessment, and really so that we get our mindset right. And we don't just start to jump in and, jump into the data. We need to start with what is it that we really need? What is it that we're really trying to achieve? And if we start at that point, and if we then link it to a really clear business case and financial benefits, I think we're going to be much more successful. That's what I would like to leave everybody with.
Excellent. That's a very good advice. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thanks for being there.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Joo.
Hey Jukka,
Hey.
welcome. We're the only ones here, but I'll get you on stream.
Hey. Hi.
Yeah. What's up? You can introduce yourself. I actually have no idea who you are, so if you introduce yourself to the people, so
I might have some.
I hear well.
There's some connection problems.
It works fine for me.
Connection problems.
Hey Hannu,
Hello.
welcome. Welcome. Let me just.
Hello.
Welcome. I just need to see where we have our streaming somewhere, so I'm getting feedback. Just need to find out where. Can you still hear me well? Streaming somewhere, so I'm getting feedback. Hannu, hear me?
Hey,
Can you Hannu hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. No niin, hei.
Oh, hey, Jukka is back as well. Okay.
Is there double echoing or something here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where that comes from. So
Yes, I guess my microphone is now functioning at least somehow.
it was functioning, but the question is that we're having this delay thing coming from somewhere. Don't know exactly where. It's better now. So
Okei, nyt toimii.
yeah.
Niin kuin suomen kielellä. On Janne, Hanno ja Jukka. Niin.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we're streaming live to
Okay.
Facebook and YouTube and to the platform, so we need to keep English here as the language, because otherwise
no
we'll be neglecting a few hundred people who are not Finnish speakers. So, guys, let's have a short round of introductions. So, if Hannu, you start first, give like 30 seconds of who you are, where you're from, what's your thing.
Okay, so shall I go first?
Yes, please, Hannu.
Okay, sorry, I have two tabs open, so that was echoing to myself. Didn't realize I had the RecoTech and then Swapyard, so bit of a hassle. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
So my name is Hannu Rantanen. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Assetti, an asset management platform, which we have both on this RecoTech event. And that's basically the asset management platform refers to you can manage your assets, not from the property side of things, but more from the owning and investing side of the things, looking at the properties, more in the financial, rental, and that type of information as we speak.
Okay, cool. And then Jukka.
Yes, my name is Jukka Hautala. I'm the CEO, founder of Wrestling Solutions, and we are a pure software company digitalizing different kind of processes. I was just having a half an hour ago 10 minutes slot presenting in the RecoTech. So well, Helsinki-based software company, cloud and digitalization.
Okay, I missed the word there. I misheard. I said you have wrestling solutions. I believe that was not the correct.
Well, that's the funny one. It's a Reslink. RESLINK. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
That's the company name. Yes.
Yeah. So guys, what do you think? What's the sort of like the burning topic of this week? Not talking about the COVID. We have big numbers in Finland here again today, but it's it's on the RecoTech side. So what's the hot topic?
Well, I can go first. I think it's been the topic for, setting COVID aside, because that's like goes without saying. That's like a number one topic for everyone, not just PropTech as we speak, but have given them. But I think the topic has been there ever since, and it's becoming more evident while more and more players are entering the area, and more focus on it. It's still about the data in its various forms, kind of like because we've been doing this for 7 years now, and we still see that the industry is almost like I would say taking baby steps. Now everybody acknowledges the issue, but there's still so much to be done in area of data, meaning everything from IoT to investment management and all the layers between, and there are multiple of them. So that's, whether that's a hot topic, at least I think it's a issue.
Yeah.
And no one, and I would still dare to say that no one has cracked the data puzzle. I mean, I've seen a lot of things during my 7 years, and no one has cracked it really, completely. Like we have everything kind of like solution, or so to speak. So, but I mean, the industry has really changed in that sense.
How about you, Jukka? You are on the same thing or something else?
Definitely, Hannu just said it. So it's all about the data. People talk about the data and so on, and different kind of analytics, and I guess there is a lot of data there, and there is. But of course, what I was actually just presenting and trying to explain also, well, we are kind of a humble company and trying to do our piece, and I know there is many different where the data comes from in this business area, but how you deliver that to the processes, then that when you decide something, you get, for example, some kind of this is something, how you deliver that back to the business. So you have to have the whole process ready. So it's amazing to get the results using a different kind of a machine learning and different kind of tools, and find out that, hey, this might be something. But we are anyway human beings, and I deliver now a lot of data, and everybody delivers data. So
data comes and goes, and there's a lot of interfaces and dashboards and visualizations, and where's the holy grail? Where's the Like I was talking to one of the investment managers back in Paris RecoTech 2 years ago, and I've been, stumbling upon him like throughout the years every time, and every time he says, "Yeah, nothing's really changed. We talk a lot, but and that's a really big one. They have 72 billion worth of assets globally." And he said to me that, "Hey, Hannu, what's the issue is that when I talk to different stakeholders, inside our company, and there's anything from fund and investment management down to property management. They don't do facility management, but they do internet property management. So they have all the organizational layers, investors, their clients, like all of the world, anything from sovereign funds from Australia to." I said, when I talk to people, everybody say that, okay, we want one system which does everything. It's very easy to use and it's very cheap. And I was like, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Let's see you again next year, in another PropTech event, wherever that is, online or offline.
Yeah,
so
that
right. Maybe captures the issue, so to speak.
But guys, I have a theory, and a little bit of background as well on this. So, I'm saying that, Hannu, you said, like, who's gonna crack this whole thing? I think the only way to crack is to define the ownership of data, and then actually create some regulations around it. I think that's the only way to crack it. What do you guys think?
Really good question. I mean, if we think very, very high level, and this is, I'm not going into nitty-gritty details because I could tell like thousands of stories about the nitty-gritty details when the devil is in the details. Like yesterday, we have a client meeting, and it was really about the devil is in the details. Not going there because that opens up a Pandora's box. But I would say that look at what happened with the banks. Banks were silos. So everybody went to the office, the bank branch, they have the paper and everything. And then they kind of like get first the electrical banks, like just instead of paper having some like IT systems. And now the second way happened when they understood, pretty much like with telecom providers, that they understood that they're owning a lot of legacy data, meaning like customer data with the basic transactions like withdrawals, payments, and so forth. And they realized that, okay, you could build a whole array of services around that basic legacy data. You could, you could easily name 10 to 15 business ideas what you could, create out of that data as a service. And one way to banks for to go is that they would build their services like, app 1, app 2, app 3, etc., or all-inclusive app, whatever you do with the bank, or they could open up their data through an API. So some of the banks have really opened up the API and given sort of course, data security, of course, goes without saying. It has to be fixed as we speak, but I'm not going there. And they open up through APIs for others to build services upon their data. Pretty much same, which you can take, public sort of like a traffic data, etc. You can build a service upon that. That same happened with the telecom operators. So open up the data in order for the third parties to build services upon that. What I have a hypothesis on is that if the biggest real estate investors, owners, and even the small ones will and could open the data in a secure way, the whole plethora of services would, born out of that as we speak. So it's not just, setting the rules in a way, but it's also about the kind of like what's going to happen in the big picture, what happens within the real estate. My hypothesis is that's the way to go. Not everybody shares that, but I see what has happened in the banks with the fintech, mobility services with the legacy location/traffic data will eventually happen within the commercial real estate. And I'm not just talking about commercial real estate. Then if you say normal people with their mortgages and, and that kind of flats, of course, it's part of that, but bit of a like sub-market of the total market. But okay, you can counter-argument against that vision as we speak, but let's see.
I actually not counter-arguing it. I'm just thinking I had Andreas Fruden from Estate Logs here before, and he said that they're trying to bring the data back and get the data access back to the property owners, because the thing is that and I kind of agree with him from my own experience that the property owners don't have access to that data, like whatever is happening there, because the like traditionally the property managers have been managing the data, and then when you go to the actual facility management and the tenants, that's just like it's a different ballgame.
Everything is outsourced. You outsource the property management operations, then property management operations outsourced to the facility operators, and all of these players, industry players, have their own kind of ERPs, and it's like a connection of different ERPs, which very seldom really talk to each other. And if they talk, it's always one-to-one integration. And when there's a version change, there's a change of the interface, and it's a costly, it's manual, it's really maintenance driven from the IT point of view. So the total cost of ownership becomes high. And when the agreements between service providers and the client are also agreement based. So why to invest into this IT integration if you're just 2 years agreement and then break option? So that's also part of the kind of the industry convention while the business is actually coming down to actual data issue as we speak.
But is it then possible that someone like that the big tech giants come and take over? I mean, like it's happening. IBMs and others, they have their own blockchain environments, and they know how to play the data game. So could that? I actually don't know how IBM blockchain, for example, is in the in the property industry. But I mean, like they have the global approach to everything.
I think it's a very good question. I've been pondering that myself throughout the years. Like, will it eventually, all resistance is futile. You will be assimilated by Google anyway. Or, I mean, you will be assimilated by some Chinese tech giant. So all resistance is futile because when the day is over, they will take over anyway. But having said that, bits and pieces, yes. But I think that still in this kind of specific area of properties or real estate, etc., it's very, very local, and I'm not talking about geographical location, but kind of like the business convention location, in a sense that all the property and real estate is is centralized in each country to cadastre. Then the lease terms and set are very different from country to country, etc. So there's a whole plethora of nitty-gritty details with the business processes, which boils down to that I thought 2 or 3 years ago that, okay, it's Google and Microsoft which will eventually take over. But I think they're not going to disrupt in a sense that they've been doing that in this different areas. The only disruption they can do is actually acquire through acquisition. So they just acquire, they just have with all their cash, they just buy the companies up and then they merge and do that way. But just, disrupting from the data point of view, I still see that there's a lot of like thresholds for them to really just come in and, change everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have like companies like wrestling or all what you see in the state logs.
But it's a funny thing. Yeah, it's I just remember the times when it was the year 2000 and so on. So, well, internet is free world and everybody consumes that. And okay, the giants, Google and so on. So 2000, I think I was in the university then, but somehow the whole ball game and how you deliver the data and internet has been basically free for everybody and that's where we are now. So defining the rules, for example, in some specific segment or vertical for the data collection, that's the question. And will it be ever or never agreed or who is giving? Well, of course, I even hate now because I'm so used to consume the data that I will press just that okay, but of course we are now thinking more and more that okay, do I allow this data to be for example, do I allow to use my camera, do I allow to use my this and this and do I give the access? So that's where everything ends up. So I try to be simple. We have 24 hours and I'm thinking even for example, of course this is big approach, but you sleep, you eat and you work and you so on. So maybe this is actually totally from another segment, but even sleeping area, for example, how much data we can deliver during the sleeping time about my sleeping. Okay, if we think the residential business, so there is every day happening a lot of things.
And you could measure like CO2 and moisture and like oxygen throughout all. I mean, you could fill in the zillions of data points for every day if you just choose to do so.
Yeah, so basically if I, for example, I'm now here in Presidente, if I log into this building, so I might, for example, my mobile phone or whatever device can say that now you are under the terms of this building and you are delivering the data to this building and this building is owned and the data, what you consume over here, whatever I will do here will be property of this building. Do I agree that or not? I don't know, but of course, who owns this? And if you just think that okay, there is an insurance company who owns this, and somebody is renting the places, and then, for example, is there humidity, for example, in the concrete, and there's so a lot of good things here where you can get the data.
And then the other dimension to this data issue is actually I was watching Pekka Honkio present his Honkio's Hospital. It's pretty interesting, and what you said about the, let's say, called industry standards. So what is a building? What is a real estate? What is a unit, etc., etc. Then you go to lease information. What is a lease? What is a start date of a lease? Do we understand actually start date of a lease the same way as the others? So you go to something which is called ontology model or data model to have a more plain voice. A lot of the issues on the industry has been been trying to solve through industry organization that, hey, let's agree on a data model and everything will be okay. That's true, but they never really taken kind of like a really, air under their wings. Then the other way to just use maybe AI to fill the gaps in a way that our data set and ontology model is actually different from system A to system B. Let's not do the conversion, just let the machine to learn the difference in some data. But that leads to a bit of a like black box kind of a thing, which some of the people in the industry don't like. I'm not saying that I don't like, but I just recognize we don't. So there's like two forces, kind of like, I don't know what to put it. They're fighting against each other, and which one will win or prevail? Don't really know. And maybe it's a hybrid. We will we will for future. It's like humankind. Things evolve, and
yeah, I think it will be hybrid or something. But
yeah, it's a combination of those both. Ontology models, and then more harmonization of the data, and then AI on machine learning, some things filling gaps and making the interpretation. And it's never perfect, but it's better than I would say 10 years from now on. And when you think about early 1990s, you would like, oh, this is like science fiction now, and that's like business as usual. I mean, I think it's almost like SpaceX now went with NASA to move to orbit, and it's like it's business as usual. And if you think bit of history,
funny thing, for example, just looking here now at Presidente, there are, for example, chairs and different kind of assets here, and who owns these, and okay, somebody have consumed a bit money a while ago, maybe 7 years ago, if I look here. So how they are tracking these and taking care of the assets and so on. So when it's the right time to buy the next ones.
Do they track any individual asset, which is a chair or curtain with?
I don't think they do.
Tag or
no, there is no tax here. Yeah, so you have to go to the factory and build the RFID tag, for example, inside of it. And we are not there yet, so we are kind of it's not ready. So of course I would like to see a building which is having the tags or whatever sensors everywhere, and of course there are for sure somebody have done that already, but okay, when you come or you log into that building, so how you are you're anyway human being in the final end.
Yeah.
And
there isn't yet service providers called digital retrofitting, because smart buildings are the new ones with all their stuff, but old buildings are not retrofitted digitally. So if a service provider like I digitally retrofit your building.
I have a question for you there in Presidente. Are you sure that the lamps there don't have data collections there? Are you sure the network switches don't have data collection there? Are you sure that all the data in the digital equipment there does not have some sort of data collection, that no one from the construction part really even has thought about it, and you're sure that it's not going to a huge data center somewhere?
And do you consent? Do you consent of being observed?
Well, I guess there are sensors, and I don't know about the lamps. Well, who have delivered these? Well, at least, but I believe there is still a lot of things to do over here.
So, but how do we solve this? You've said that what the solutions are. This is sort of like a startup approach here. So we have a problem and we have a solution. Yeah. So what's your solution? What's your unique way to solve this thing?
Wow, you're asking hard questions. So I just try to do an answer. Well, this is just actually I'm talking at the same time I'm thinking. Well, President, this building owner have to do a decision or strategy that okay, we will consume, or okay, if somebody will come and say that, well, these pieces are now ready and these can be delivered, and then it's all about the money. So you are digitalizing this whole building. So maybe there are 20 or 50 things you have to do and change here. And well, you would like to track all these assets over here. You would like to create, for example, smart lighting system, which is on and off only when people come and go. Whatever, you name it, you can. Smart guys can find these solutions. So it's all about the money. So maybe you need to spend 2 million or 15 million or 50 million to digitalize this Presidente. I guess they have, for example, of course, the hotel rooms can be more smart and so on. So it's all about the money in the final end. I think the pieces and technology is there. The new buildings can be, of course, build and do with the best plan. So everything goes to the starting point when you start to build a house, how smart building you do. And of course the retrofit, this one, maybe startup can just create a retrofit plan and think what are the best ever saving pieces over here. And if you're a technical freak, you might find the ones, and you find 5 pieces. And I think today the things are more or less combining pieces together. So don't develop everything yourself. So maybe you just find 10 pieces, you combine them, and then you brand it, and then you take some 5 million euro, investment money, and then you do the marketing for the business, and then you find out that, well, this is it. And hard sales.
Can I answer that? I think it goes down if you talk to the owner and investor of the building, based on the business case in a way. I mean, there are energy surveys out there, a lot of service providers, and typically they present their reports like this brings the most return on investment, this next, the typical waterfall, and then you pick up the 3 best ones. So you could easily, digitally retrofit your building with the same kind of a logic, pick up the low-hanging fruits and so forth. But I think it goes out that you enhance the value. There's a value for the user or the tenant of the building, sort of say that you can drive revenue growth or then cost savings. And that's basically goes to in that sense that, I need to, digitally retrofit my building in order that for to be competitive. And it goes to sort of like basic engineering / investment calculation in a sense, I would say. When it comes to industry in general, I think there are no shortcuts. It's time will tell. We're doing our part of that. We're launching a new services, early next year. Also, like how you connect your data in order to have a better build out of your portfolio and all the investments you made. But it's all about through an API verifying the asset with the other third-party providers as well, in order to exchange data on a secured and also in a managed way with a party acknowledgement. Who are you exchanging the data with? So that's my general what we're trying to crack in the industry with our part. We're a company trying to take clients on board.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Just thinking this from I have never been so much kind of a CFO kind of a person, but you were asking this question about this digitalizing this building. So would like to see, of course, there are the insurance companies and residential management companies and so on. So the profit and loss statement of this building and of course the financial data, if that's open, so then you can somehow at least try to find the pieces. Maybe you can measure and think that, okay, this is it, this is that, and how much spent there, how much spent there. So that's the game. So
but I can say from the experience, it's not open.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not open.
That's at least the last piece of data which won't be open, at least for the time being. But let's see what. So
yeah.
This is a discussion that we could actually continue for hours and
yeah,
hours.
I mean we could, and we haven't even gone to nitty-gritty details of devilish. It's like an eternal issue, and I could easily spend a whole day, discussing the whole subject. It's pretty intriguing.
Yeah, but before I let you guys go, I have the same question for both of you, and we've asked that from everyone here in the virtual roundtable. If you were to give one piece of advice to everyone who is seeing this, how to deal with the future in the current situation, what's your advice? No other definitions, so just this question.
Okay, I can start. Think who is the customer and solve rational problems.
Okay, good, thank you.
I might be too of a philosophical with this, doing digital stuff for quite some time and been in many PropTech events and maybe hearing a lot of stories, similar kind of stories. But my thinking is simple. It's a slogan by one sports equipment manufacturer, but just do it. start with something. Just do it. Don't wait too long. And that applies to like everybody want to join some company or do some. Just do it.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hey,
Great.
thank you guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Yeah.
See you.
Have a nice day.
Later.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hey, you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, what's up?
Good. Just had a nice lunch with a business partner, and yeah, ready to kick off this session. Thanks for having me.
No problem whatsoever. Just in case if people don't know who you are and what you're from GBuilder, so
Yes.
brief us quickly on yourself and mostly the company. So
Yeah. So my name is Jarmo Ollila, located in Oulu, so further up north from Helsinki in Finland, and I'm the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer in GBuilder. And GBuilder is a construction technology platform, and it enables real estate developers and construction companies to put the customer in the center of everything, whilst also streamlining their office and job site process.
okay, and where are you working now? Who are your customers? And where your customers are, and at what stage you are as a company? Are you a startup?
Scale up startup. What's the term? But around that. But revenue generating. We've been in the market for going on 5 years now. Customers are mainly in Finland, but we also have projects ongoing in 7 other European countries besides from Finland.
Okay.
But in Finland, we work with like YIT, Bonava, Skanska, name some of the big players, and then there's a wider range of medium to smaller size developers, and we're focusing on, or we have focused for the residential industry for most parts, but we are also looking at commercial office space and so on.
Yeah, and what is it that GBuilder actually does?
Okay, so if I speak first of all from, I think the topic for this discussion was customer experience. So if we look at the process of buying a new home, if Janne is buying an apartment from one of our customers, if it's off plan, so let's say that it's to be completed end of next year, for example.
Yeah.
Very early on, you can visualize what you're buying. So let's say it's the 3-bedroom unit in the top floor in downtown Helsinki. You would get to visualize that exact apartment, the digital twin of the apartment you're buying. You can see the actual views in a 3D model and also virtual reality. And then from the defined options of what the developer allows you to choose, the floors, the tiles, the cabinets, and so on, you can click and choose and configure your apartment, much like you'd configure a car online these days. So it's the exact same experience for the customer.
Okay.
For those office tasks, it's easy for the developer to set what material options are available, create the packages, put in extra pricing and so on. And all the time while their customers are confirming their choices, they can keep track of everything what's going, they can communicate and even create special requests. So let's say you want a hot tub in the bathroom, they could create that package for you and offer it to just for you in that project.
Okay.
And further down the line, when all the customers have confirmed their choices, the platform automatically generates all the bill data. So for the supply chain, it's the bill of quantities. For the job site, it's the bill of materials. So the contractor and subcontractor have the up-to-date data of accurate quantities and materials, so they know exactly that what kind of materials were they to fit into every of those units. So that's very, very simply put.
Okay, so before we go and talk about the customer and tenant or home buying experience, just wanting to understand what do you have in the engine room there. So if it's before the construction has started, so it must be BIM models there or IFC models there in the background.
Correct.
And are we talking mass customization, and what level that mass customization is taken?
You're a very smart guy. You picked it up directly. So yeah, BIM models are the foundation of everything. They power the whole software. But we can actually also take in 2D format, so DWG, for example, and we can enhance them to be 3D models.
Okay.
But we can also take in Revit, IFC, whatever CAD design output our customer has, we can use and put it. Okay. And then those models are mapped. The materials are added. So of course, in an ideal situation, the developers want that they define the options which are available, and they want the customers to choose from a range of options. But every now and then, some customers want something extra, want something special. So there's also the possibility to create those apartment-specific extra custom jobs.
So how early can this process start, like showing the options to the customer? Because surely the sort of like the sketching stage models or 2D drawings are not on that detail level yet. So how early can you like make this happen?
Very early on, as when there's the first draft of the project, we can start then, and so if the customer wants to start selling early on off plan, we can start, and that's quite usual among our client base, that they do start selling very early on, and we might start with a draft design, but when there's changes, additions, something like that, we can also update the model on our end. So when they actually have the proven plans, the final drafts, we can update the models.
Yeah.
And sometimes they start with the materials in the early stage. They might be like oak floor or chestnut floor, and then later on they just define what the manufacturer, the model, and the price are. Really depends how the client wants to use us. Sometimes we wait until there's the full final package of everything, and that's later on in the design.
Yeah. So technically you can do almost like everything. Now let's go to the home buying experience there, because you said I'm a smart guy. I'm not a smart guy. I just happen to know something about this technology in the background. So the one thing that basically and technically you could probably create, like here are the outer walls of the apartment. Go and play around and change everything, but we know that in real life that's not a good thing. For example, if you have a open room plan and you allow the end user, the customer, to start placing the walls, for example, and doing the room plan, it's most likely to be chaotic and non-constructible in some cases as well.
Yeah.
So where do you take that, like typically, and talking about the home buying experience, you want to make it like unique customization. That's the key point here, right? But the question is, like, what level do you want to take that customization? Is it just like choose between different options, or is it like add your own?
Yeah, well, it's both actually. If we say mass customization, that's usually meaning choosing from a range of options set by the developer.
Yeah.
And yeah, you made a very good point that if you just give an empty canvas to the customer, they're gonna draw something that's out of this world and cannot be done. So obviously, in the models that are put onto our platform, those are, you know, planned by the engineers, they're approved and so on. So that the elements, the layouts of the apartments, they're usually like fixed walls and such. So we allow to play around with the fit out materials, so surface materials, colors of the walls, tiling on the walls, cabinets, walls, furniture, flooring, of course. But then in some cases, like a typical case that it it's an apartment building with, let's say, 2 small bedrooms right next to each other. But maybe this one customer wants just 1 big room. So they might go to the developer or use our platform to communicate that, hey, is it possible, and how much would that cost? Then the project manager would have to, first of all, see if it's possible to do, check from engineering, whatever, architects, and then come up with a cost to it. And then if they wanna cater that request for the customer, they can create that task on gBuilder and offer it. So Janne, here's the special request you made. It will cost you 2,000 euros to remove this wall. Confirm if you want it. Then if you confirm, we make the small edit on our end on the model to remove the wall, and then you'll have the matching 3D VR and all the quantities match as well.
Yeah. What about then when we go to a detailed level, and you said like later on there will be this different manufacturers. So when it comes to appliances and even some materials, is it going to be like I want Tikkurila 567C on that wall? So is that possible? I know that technically you can like link to like all the product data, but is it done?
Yeah. So if before we set any materials on the project level, it's like a framework, the digital twin framework. So it knows the surfaces. It knows that that's a wall, that's a floor. There's a kitchen with 5 cabinets. And then you just, as the project manager, you just click that floors, oak, chestnut, fishbone, and so on. And it adds the material asset onto that floor framework.
Yeah.
So then from those, the customer can click, see what it looks like, if there's an extra cost, and the cost is quantity based as well. So for a bigger apartment, it's more, and for smaller, it's less. So they can see that, okay, to get the chestnut fishbone floor will cost me 6,000 euros extra, but it's pretty expensive, but it looks really nice. I'm gonna buy it.
Okay.
So that's how it works.
So, so what are then? Can you like describe like what's the most common way of then doing the real applications for the customer? So what's currently because your customers are somehow now in a way dictating the home buying experience for their customers. So what's like a common case like? And then the question is like, what will it be next? Like, what's the ideal?
Yeah, it's quite usual, and this is speaking from experience. We've had about 30,000 homes go onto our platform or through our platform. So, and from different markets. So it's empirical experience that we speak. It's quite common to use these themes or styles, what you would call them. So the first choice that you make is, do you want, let's say light colors or dark colors or vibrant colors or standard, or let's say silver, gold, platinum package.
Yeah.
Then some of our customers use those packages that's it. You only get to choose the package, but some allow mixing, that you start by selecting the bigger package, but then you're allowed to pick mix and match from other packages. So let's say you pick the light colors, but you want dark floor, so you can pick the dark floor from another package. We've been making our software as flexible as possible to cater all those different kinds of possibilities.
Yeah.
And of course, even within companies, it varies a lot. Like if they think that there'll be a lot of investor buyers for a project, then it's usually packages. But if there's occupiers, end users who buy the home for themselves, then it's usually more options, and there's no or fewer restrictions based on the rule.
So, but what's the future of this? So, so we're talking about what it is now, but what it will be in the future, where we're heading. And I'll sort of like give you a side note there that I currently have in my fairly newly built building apartment, I can't get my smart home system to talk with my HVAC appliances at the moment, because there is something that I had no say to. So what is going to be like?
Yeah. On top of just materials, of course, there will be different kinds of products or services that you're directly going to be able to buy, and even furniture. So let's say you could buy the whole kitchenware and the whole furniture pack and all the different kinds of smart home elements and things like that for your future. But even the ones, the developers, construction companies who allow configuration right now, they are kind of the future players already. I'm saying this because there's still a lot of house builders out there that don't offer choice. So they just build 100 units exactly the same spec to probably save on cost, make it easier for them, and just try to sell the same apartment 100 times. Whereas that's, you know, not very not the experience that the buyers want today, and definitely not the product that they want today.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, in the near future, and we've already seen the same change, that they are thinking that, okay, maybe we should offer the personalization.
Yeah.
Some places like a lot of Eastern European countries, or even Central European countries, they are building apartments without kitchens. That's a good example. And now with our platform, we've had a couple of clients who are starting to offer the kitchen as an upgrade, where it's not usual. Because usually you buy an apartment, it comes without kitchen, then you have to go to 3 different shops to finalize your kitchen plans. And people today don't want to do that. They want everything from the one window. They're willing to pay some extra. And it's also better and safer for the construction company. More money, less people on the site, and they're in control of it.
It's interesting to see in those countries, because the culture in those countries is often that you bring your own appliances and you take them away when you move out. So I wonder, are these appliances there to be taken away when you leave, or what if you move into a one and you already have appliances in your previous home?
Yeah, how our companies, or how our clients who are opting for that kitchen package, it's like the starting level is empty. There's a placeholder for the kitchen, so it's kind of on the 3D you see that that's where it is and that's the size. And as default, it's empty. So if you have your own, you can bring it, or if you want to go to a external shop and buy your kitchen elsewhere, that's fine as well. But if you want, we can do bits and pieces for you. And you already have an oven, that's fine. You buy the cabinets from us and we'll leave the oven as empty, so you can bring your own. So there's many ways to work around that. But based on the first experiences, it's very good. And from the actual end users, the buyers, the comments have been very positive, that, oh, this is so cool. I don't have to go to the kitchen shop. I don't want to do that. I just, I can buy the kitchen directly from the company that's also building the home. That's also a lot easier if it comes to some sort of a warranty issue later on. It might be like, okay, so is this the kitchen provider or the construction company? Who do I call and what do I do?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any final future description of the home buying experience? So where the whole thing is going?
More virtual. I think now with COVID, people will be more keen on using digital platform more than before. And like we also do VR. That's a pretty cool feature as well. And as the technology of VR glasses is coming down, more and more consumers actually have them, so they can try it at home. With the latest latest VR glasses, you can actually walk in the model as well. So you can walk around your future home years before it's being built.
Yeah.
And we also have a prototype on Microsoft HoloLens. So the AR headset that you put on and you can see a hologram of your home. So VR is also, it's one user basically, or you can plug it into a TV, but the actual immersive experience is for that one user only. Whereas the AR is something that everyone around that hologram can see and twist and zoom and change the materials. So it's like more unified, more community experience. But of course, that AR technology is still years from being accessible to, I think the latest, they're thousands of euros anyways, the headset. So it's not very accessible yet.
Yeah. Well, they will be. They will be soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I let you go, I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked everyone who's here, and so I want you to give one piece of advice to whomever is listening, and tell them, like, in the current situation, circumstances, what's your advice for the future?
Okay, well, if I can take kind of 2 points of view on this, if we look at companies in the past, like Henry Ford famously said that you can buy any color of a car as long as it's black. If you think about a car company today that would only sell black cars, how well would they do? Not very well, I bet. So it's the same applies for houses, really. If you're trying to force the same product for everyone, they're not gonna, eventually they're gonna start going to your competitors where they can put their own feel and touch and taste to their house. Yeah. The same for a customer. It has to be customer centric. Customer has to be involved. Whereas notoriously in construction, customer has been the necessary evil, so to speak. They're always left out, but they're needed to pay the bills anyway.
Exactly.
And so the doing the mass customization, I mean, we only spoke about what the experience is customer facing now, but to have the software that also manages and produces that data, Bing-based data, to the supply chain, to the contractors, subcontractors on the site, everywhere, you're gonna need tech like that to control the process. And a lot of companies who have a negative approach to the personalization options, if you dig down deep, they are probably the ones who got burned earlier on because they tried to do it and failed. Okay. They were using paper and spreadsheets and stuff like that, whereas now there's software solutions out there to help.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's a good advice. So at this point, I'll thank you for being here for us. It was a very interesting talk. If you're wondering how much I had such a specific questions there, you can go and check out my LinkedIn profile. So it'll probably answer the question for you. Thanks, Jarmo, for being there, and enjoy life in Oulu.
Thank you, Janne, and enjoy the rest of the day at the event. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, and now I'm also going to make us visible.
Yes.
So you came. Hey, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, and now I'm also going to make us. And you have a stream running here, so can you mute the audio from the stream? Okay. Now you just muted yourself, but then mute your YouTube or wherever you're hearing this stream, because otherwise we'll be hearing each other. Echo. So you may have a YouTube or the Swapcard channel or something. Or the Swapcard.
I actually have the Swapcard up, I think.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten rid of all of that.
The Swapcard.
I actually have the Swapcard up, I think.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten rid of all of that.
No, you have actually 2 streams giving you audio.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Now
I'm not sure where it was coming from. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that happened sometimes with with the new streaming systems. Like, you really don't know where things are coming and going. Hey, I saw a part of your presentation there, and it was really interesting. I actually happen to have some background on the topic, because I was a co-founder of a startup in 2008, 2009, where we pretty much modeled all the data streams within the construction planning process. And it didn't fly, because everyone thought we were crazy and we were stupid and no one needed us. Right. Even though we had a lot of academic proof. I think we have 5 different research groups from around the world saying, like, guys, if you can do this, it's gonna like save cost and improve quality and like all the construction economic pros you can think of.
Right.
So we were too early, but it seems like you guys have cracked this.
So I think the secret to it is that Construction Specifications Institute, which is the where the intellectual property comes from, has been around since the 40s. And master format, omni-class, uniformat are ubiquitous in at least the North American markets, and not uncommon in some of the other venues. So building on top of that intellectual property, that taxonomy that's used quite liberally in the construction space was kind of the secret to that. And CSI is a nonprofit, so they don't have some of the commercial startup interests that you might have if you're trying to build a product and corner a market on a taxonomy. So that's been we've had a lot of interests in it because of that.
Yeah. Okay, that's really good. So is this like in use already?
It is. We launched it on May the 4th. So if you're a Star Wars fan, you'll see the significance of that. May the 4th be with you, right? So we launched it on May the 4th after spending about a year, 14 months actually in development. We did a lot of agile type software development to build the platform and get the APIs out there. So yes, it's there, and there's, I believe, a dozen or so licensees that range from the largest software players in the industry down to quite a lot of startups, actually.
That's good. That's good. Is there like a geographic choice for the adoption of this now, or where is it being taken in
So we have licensees in the UK. So Oscar.org, which is a real estate data dictionary, has licensed the product for use inside of their data dictionary product. So it's active in the UK. In those UK real estate markets. It's very active in North America because master format, omni-class, and uniformat are the standards that are very common here. We've been working with ASTM which has a version of the standard called E1557. We're implementing that. And the key to the platform is that we will continue to add standards, like we're very actively looking at unit class now as to accommodate that EU and UK market. And then we're trying to figure out where the IFCs fit, actually, in terms of adding them to the product. And the idea is to create crosswalks, hence the name, to all of those products. Because if you're in the space, you know that master format tends to get used on the front end, on the design side, and things like Omni Class and the IFCs get used on the turnover or operations side.
What about the stuff that is not included in the standards? How do you treat them, and what's your ability to integrate more, and also what's your policy on integrating more stuff into it?
So you're talking about things that don't exist in the taxonomy, like standards?
Exactly, yeah.
So we accommodate what we call office copies of standards, and basically it's just a prefix to the way the numbers and titles work. It's kept locally. The way the application programming interface works is you get the data and then you choose how you use it inside of your application. So you can combine the rich tagging is the way we think of it, and combine it anyway with your local data that you want. In terms of bringing things back, we see this as accelerating the release of the standards as the built environment gets more mature around technologies and so forth, because in the past it's been roughly every 2 years that you get a new version of the standard. Obviously things change more quickly than that. So we're working to use that data that we get back from how people are using it to inform us about how to improve the standards.
Is your reach, does it go all the way to also like other sort of like standardization bodies? I'm thinking of US. One example, like if you're dealing with any government related official buildings or constructions, there are certain FIP standards, for example, which you need to comply to. So how do you integrate to those? And of course, each country has their own.
Sure. So in the U.S., we're actively working with the U.S. State Department and actually working with their overseas building operations team because they are built fundamentally on top of master format and the other standards from CSI. And in the government space, the Corps of Engineers, the State Department, those organizations that are building for government entities are very active in terms of using in early phases. It takes a long time to get a new standard out for the State Department, for example, but they are actively working on integrating the crosswalk into their standards platforms for what's acceptable. Lots of folks in the UK through organizations like the Oscar and others in terms of how those get built into the real estate market in those venues. So lots of interest from the government agencies.
What about the opposition? There's always such thing. There's always some politics involved. So what about the opposition? Do you have a lot of opposition, and where does it come from, and how strong?
Actually, the nonprofit status of CSI as the people who bring together the standard, they don't have a commercial interest in isolating a part of the market to just their standards, has really facilitated or smoothed out that opposition, if you will. We're not seeing the same commercial kinds of interests in terms of trying to isolate it to their product. So it's been encouraging that because the standards are already used so much in products. So master format, for example, is in BSD spec link and the master spec from AIA. You see pieces of it in Revit. What we're trying to do with it is bring together that parametric or that dimensional 3D world with the back office operations, which is still operating around the classifications from the standards, right? So they're still doing their accounting by the divisions, So it's been pretty encouraging there.
Yeah, it's actually huge if you manage to break the strategy of trying to actually normal competitive strategy of doing a vendor lock-in on the specs on design, for example.
Sure.
A couple of companies you mentioned there, their game is not to provide software to follow the standards, but the value add comes from whatever is on top of that. So
sure, all of those products they incorporate master format today. What they've had to do in the past, though, is we haven't given them a digital access path to it. It's always been, here's the book and here's a spreadsheet with the hierarchy, and they've had to do that curation themselves.
Right.
So the API is saving them massive amounts of time for curating those standards, because we're doing all that for them.
Yeah. Okay, good. We're having some more people joining here us, but I'm not going to let you go. Hey, Peter, just hold on there a second. I'll get you talking soon. Rick, before I let you go, it's been very interesting. I could actually talk about this for hours and hours, since it's sort of like part of my history. But a final question for you is, like, if you were to give one piece of advice, wisdom, if you like, to all the people listening to this in the current situation, looking into the future, what would your advice be?
My advice would be, ask your software providers when they're going to start using Crosswalk, because what they will get from that is better quality data, faster access to their systems across the board. So it normalizes all of that data for them, or at least gives them a way to do that. So my advice would be, ask your software providers when they're going to integrate the Crosswalk APIs into their systems, because it will make things faster, better, stronger.
Well, hey, let's do it right now. Peter,
Yep,
hey,
absolutely.
when are you going to integrate Crosswalk into your solutions?
Putting Peter on the spot there.
Hey, Peter. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey. So the question actually came straight from Rick. So when are you going to integrate Crosswalk into your solution?
Let's see about that. We might have a meeting next week, perhaps, to see how we could fit together.
Okay, excellent. Well, there you have already, I took your advice already, so there it goes. Hey, thanks, Rick, for joining us, and I hope all the best for your efforts there with the.
Thank you so much, and Peter, I really enjoyed your presentation, so I hope to talk to you at some time in the near future.
Yeah, let's schedule that.
Feel free to stay here. I mean, like, you don't need to go anywhere.
Sure.
We're actually. We should be also getting Lars Groth here any second. So, Lars, if you're listening to the stream, come on stage as well. I know you have the link because you were here before. So, but Petter, hey, welcome.
Thank you.
So, yes, so we're going to have Lars joining us, hopefully momentarily as well. So, how are you doing currently? Where are you based out of?
So we're based in Gothenburg in Sweden.
Okay, Göteborg. Yes, I have family there. It's a very familiar place. And where are you working? What's your market area that you're working on now?
So primarily we work with large real estate owners for commercial buildings in the Nordics primarily.
Okay. And we were talking there about you were talking about the digital twins and the use of digital twins. Me having a background in the 3D and BIM already, like 15 years ago, but also recently with the built environment and the construction, even more than PropTech. So the question is, like, what's your special thing in the digital twin business?
Well, I would say the flexibility in using many different kinds of technologies and formats. So since you're aware of BIM, the industry has tried to do it the BIM way for the past 10, 15 years, trying to to go from the project stage into the facility management stage. And the really hard stuff is keeping that digital twin in a BIM environment up to date, basically. So what we are trying to do is that we are saying that BIM are very good for doing the design and construction projects, but when you do the handover to the facility management, we basically transform all the information into data and coordinates. So therefore, the geospatial context is very central in our approach. So, and then we can add many kinds of data from different sources as long as we have a geospatial context. So you don't have to do it like full BIM all the time, because we have seen for several years that doesn't really work.
Okay, all right, great. Hey, and now we have Lars here online. Dag Lars, hvordan går det?
Hej, det går fint, tak.
Okay.
I'm fine, thank you.
Let's not take it in Scandinavian. I don't know if I can mix both Danish and Swedish in the same. Yeah, hey Lars, give us a quick 30 seconds on your approach on the API economy and where you're coming from, and then we sort of like start talking.
Yeah, what I really think is important about all this API economy is that a lot of people and a lot of developers and both building-wise and technical-wise, they're able to access that data really fast and really smooth, and they have services really fast. So we'll see a much faster development cycles than we have been used to. And I think as people start to know each other and companies start to know each other, we'll be able to mix things way more, because I just had most of the presentation from Synca, and I think it's quite interesting that they're actually what I see building on top of some of the things we are providing. So that's a possibility to work together, because both parts use APIs and provide them for the market.
So how do you guys complement each other? I mean, like, you're both commercial solutions, and now we have people like Rick, who is sort of like saying like we're building this conversion API, like so how is it going to be? How is it going to be like does everyone need to integrate their APIs to work together, or is there going to be sort of like a middleware somewhere? How do you see this being?
Yeah, I think that we'll see a lot of niche products based on these APIs, because you'll see a market opportunity by combining some information from different parts. And you need the specialist within each field to make the right API and to understand the customer's needs and the user needs. And then you'll have to look at all these APIs and try to find out which are the right ones to connect into a great solution for the client.
Peter, what's your take on this?
Yeah, pretty much the same. We see a need today for all of the users in one organization to consume all the data within the organization within one environment. But actually what an organization needs is data from so many different sources, where experts can work in one expert environment, but through the API you can make it available to the whole organization in one easy to use access environment.
So we'll take in that's sort of like a smooth way to go there. But then I want to go to a question that we've actually had several times during today and yesterday. The data, who should own the data, and also in this call also who should own the APIs, or the API gateway, so to say, who should gate the APIs?
So I can start with answering that one. When we are working towards the real estate owners, I think we have two ways of developing APIs. We have the commercialized APIs, which are towards commercialized services. That API we see that we own, and we take the cost to develop that API, because then we can use it with several clients. but then our client has very specific data sources for their needs, and then they will pay for the development of the API, and they will own the API. And then in terms of data, I think it's important for real estate owners to have control of their data. That necessarily don't mean that they should own it, but it's important to have control of it. And we as a supplier are very interested in using that data anonymous to share it with the industry.
Lars, what's your take on that?
Yeah, actually, I think Peter has a really important point in there, that the customer-specific data should be owned by the customer, and they really need to be aware of that when they are working together with a company making some sort of solution. My wife works in the same industry as Peter does, as a BIM consultant, and she just moved to a new job where she experienced that when they provided data into their system, they didn't own the data anymore. Then it was actually those providing the system who owned it. And then if they finally sort of terminate the contract, then what happens? Who owns all these kind of information? So we really need to be aware of who owns our own data, because those publicly available, which we are mostly using in DNGeo, is not the same sort of problem, because they're free for everybody to use. They're completely standardized. You can get them from multiple sources. So they're sort of, not really that critical for a company, hopefully. So I think it's really the first concern you should have when you are thinking about using some sort of software is, where are my data ending? Because you can also have GDPR issues, ownership rights, all sorts of information. So you have to be very much aware of where are my data situated and who owns them at the point I've uploaded or done something in the tool.
How should it be? I mean, like, what's the solution to this? It's a very complex question, but
I don't think there's necessarily one single solution. Actually, if we do it a bit differently, you can look at actually all the rules about GDPR, and then just think of your company and the company's data as a private person. And then you should actually make sure that the system you're using are GDPR compliant, where you have the ability to erase and change data and move it to another place, everything you want to. And I think, okay, I know GDPR is a pretty tough and boring issue to relate to, but actually I think that's really a good framework to start with, considering your company's data like your own private data.
Yeah, Peter, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I think I would agree on that. Then we see many clients there that are really afraid of going into these kinds of environments just because they are very unsure of how to monetize the data and how to protect the data. So you should be very careful with some specific data that are really core secret data. But I mean, most of the data in a company isn't that secret, or isn't that like a secret competitiveness. So I really don't think you should bother too much of the large volumes of data, but rather secure that you protect those 2-3% that are really your core data.
How do you see, if we're talking about digital twins and for example, so digital twins, for example, can contain or would like to get data, for example, from the HVAC equipment, and I know that there are cases, actually quite a few cases, where that data is not available. It's been collected by the device manufacturer, and I believe they consider that they own that data they collect from their own devices within an existing building. But like who's the owner there, and should there be some sort of like I think from the privacy and data ownership issue, this is something that just happened because there was this data to monitor the hardware, and no one even thought about it already several years back. So how should we deal with that? Should the manufacturers of this equipment be forced to release the data? And who's the owner of the data? Is it the users of the building, or the owners of the building, or the managers of the building, or the equipment manufacturers?
I would say that the owner of the equipment is the one that owns the data, but I know that's not the case as always today. But today it's often very unclear. When we go into existing buildings, our clients used to say, oh, we have no data on anything. But then when you dig into it, you see they have a lot of sensors in existing buildings. It's just making them available. But there you have the large players who has that data today has a key role, because they have quite a lock-in effect on the real estate owners today. So it's gonna depend on how flexible they would be in the future. But I think that the real estate owners should own the data, and then they can share the data with the manufacturer, with their tenants, with other parts as well.
So in some format, it should be available to all the parties, so to say, because also the tenants are creating part of that data, even though some sensor or something is collecting.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything for you to add from Lars, your perspective?
No, I think this is a really difficult issue, because as a provider of some sort of tool, you can have spent a lot of hours, I don't know, making standard parts or building bricks for your system. And then, of course, your clients actually borrow these bricks. And then if you're not going to work together anymore, who will then actually stick with it? Because if you had paid like some sort of attributes or knowledge into these pieces, then can they just extract it to another system? And how do they do it? How are data portable? I would say for me, it's more like a philosophical issue. I don't have the practical experience or knowledge about it. And then I think it should actually more be people working within it and having the experience talking about it than from my perspective.
What about then the legacy data that was never intended to be used for anything like that? How should that be treated then, in your opinion?
What do you think about when you're saying legacy data?
Legacy data, data that is collected from the older systems and that were used for something else. So legacy, old data.
Yeah. Yes, but I think it's real difficult. If they're providing some of the information themselves for the system, blending it with what's inside the system, and then bringing it back out again. I don't think I have a clear answer to that, because this is sort of a gray area of, you can't really tell black and white who's wrong or who's right. And you have to have some sort of negotiation and hopefully a good relationship of how you can share and expand each other's knowledge on how to use it. One of the models we have on our site is actually an engineering company collecting data regarding chemicals in buildings. Are they allowed to use this information to make a machine learning model predicting what is the risk level at other buildings? Actually, I don't have the answer, but it's quite interesting to see that they're able to use these data in other parts of the world with good cause. So it's sort of, I think that's a discussion we'll have for a very long time to see where it ends, and we probably need to have a few cases going to court before we actually know what is the right and wrong in this part.
At least you as a client today, you need to make sure that you have control of the data in your new contracts and in your new building, so that you can utilize that data in the future.
Yeah, it's a good point, like taking care that contractually you have access to as much data as possible and hope the others won't know it. It's sort of like a competition as well, like who contractually gets to grab the data.
Yeah.
Or if you make it more fair, it's like agreeing that the data is available for all parties. Maybe that would be the overall better solution.
So from our perspective, when we are implementing digital twins today, the real estate owner owns the majority of the data, but we have the right to use the data anonymously to provide it to the industry as knowledge.
It's a very, very, very good point. What if someone says no to that? Do you agree?
We haven't had any case of that yet, but of course it is complicated if we are talking about high security buildings and that kind of stuff. Then we don't have access to any data. And very often it's also data is stored on premise in those kind of buildings as well. But it hasn't been an issue yet.
Okay.
But since it's a part of our business model to gather data for the industry, so that we in the long run can provide the industry with data, I would guess if someone absolutely not want that we can use the data anonymously, I guess we have to higher the rates.
Actually, it's interesting when you said that in the high security, and this is a good one because there are also quite often people will have really good reasons for not allowing the data to be accessed by others, but in many cases they're not. Now, when you said that you don't get access to high security buildings, I would say that most of the Western world, for example, fire departments do have access to like all the almost all the data from the construction of the building, like everything, like every tunnel and pipe there is, and where the electric lines are, and all of them. It's a fire department has that, and actually typically, as far as I know, at this part of the world, when you walk in the main door of the building, there is this control box there on your left or right side, and you just go and open the door and you will find a pile of drawings where it's everything for the fire department. So it's just an interesting point, that example of like sometimes a good excuse, but of course the accessibility is there.
Yeah, and that's what I was meaning earlier, that I think that 99% of the data are already public somehow, and it's not crucial for your business. It's not a matter of concern. Make sure to protect that 1% that really are important. But I mean, because when I started talking about digital twin 4 or 5 years ago, the first questions I got, but what if the terrorists get access to all our drawings? And I was like, yeah, they could access them today if they want to.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I was supposed to say something fairly clever, but I know I lost the thought there. Oh yeah, about platforms and ecosystems. There is a grouping of players that are some of them are trying to create their own platforms, which are sort of like closed or open by permission. And then there are others who are trying to create maybe more open, like ecosystems, which is more like maybe a peer-to-peer type of thingy. So where do you see the future going with these approaches?
I would say that from my point of view, you can call it ecosystems or network economy or something like that. But actually, I think that's where we are heading in so many cases, because there are so many tools which are easier to integrate and combine than developing everything from scratch. So I think that those who have these closed circuits where you're not able to do anything without contacting the owner of it, they will slowly die out unless they're able to make something extremely extraordinary, nice and good looking and well functioning. You still have that with, for instance, you have everything Apple does, but that's just, in a league of their own as it is today. But I don't think they'll be here for that long, because at some point people want to be able to, be more handheld and do whatever they want to, than just having this being forced to live with only one company.
No, I totally agree on that. And the major problem that we experience today is if you have one supplier that has a huge stack within your company, for example, we'll say a traditional facility management systems who has all the functionality, like this big FM systems. They have a huge lock-in effect on the real estate owners. They can't add new features. They can't add new data from new kinds of suppliers. So I think that is going to decline in the future, because we see a lot of more of these open ecosystems where you as a client, you can choose from different suppliers. You get a much better competition mode where you can, as a real estate owner, we would like to see that you just publish your square meters as a currency in the platform, and then all the different suppliers competing about delivering the best services within your square meters, basically.
I agree with that thought. Then again, we have even here at RecoTech, we have plenty of new vendors, innovative vendors who are actually sort of like providing the one-stop shop, because it also makes sense from the value perspective to the one who gets it. So what's that? Should those be, instead of being lock-in systems, should it be more like having a dashboard to like ecosystem dashboards or something like that?
Yeah, I think they will need to open up to let other suppliers in and work as probably the dashboard system.
Yes, I agree with that, because you can make a one-stop shop now, and then in a couple of years it's completely outdated and it's not what the clients want anymore, because the clients grow and they change what they want, and you can't keep up. You can't make everything at the technological pace which the market does. So you have to be open to the market and working together with other companies. And some of them are more voluntarily than others. I don't know if we have any Swedes here, but they have, or you have just experienced what it's like to have Amazon coming to your online marketplace, where, the one-stop shop wants to crush everything else. So what's the alternative to that if it's not an ecosystem of everybody else?
That's a good question, Peter. How is Amazon doing in Sweden?
Yeah, if you have been to social media, you have had a lot of complaints or a lot of memes made of their translations, because it was terrible. But what you say, all PR is good PR, perhaps. So, so what is interesting about Amazon is that they, in my opinion, they have a really shitty homepage, bad user interface, because I think we are, at least as I experienced it in Sweden, we have had online shopping for a very long time. We are used to consuming very neat and nice interfaces, which isn't the same in US, for example. So I think they will have to work a little bit on their UI.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes. Hey, the time is running. I would like to talk with you guys about this thing for a longer time, but but we have some other people coming on soon. So I still have the final question for both of you. If you in this time were to give just one piece of advice to whoever is listening in the current situation for the future, what would your advice be?
I would say think about your place in the network economy. What's your niche? Where you're better than anybody else? That would be my first and most important advice. And when you have figured that out, then you can start developing.
It's a good one.
And my advice would be probably let's start validating data about real estate, because real estate transactions are made for billions and billions, and the data that support those transactions are really poor and incorrupt.
It's a good one as well. Okay, great. Lars, dat ska jag ha. Det har varit hyggligt. Undskyld min lite röst i engelsk. Och Peter, tack så mycket. Min svenska går lite bättre, men jag har flera år med svenska med mig. So thank you both, guys. Nice being there. See you around, and take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, Janne. Bye.
Bye.
So I think that's really important. And then also, if we think of investment perspective and Helen, I think there's a quite good combination to get together with the small, fresh new players like startups, but then also big corporates like Helen, for example, so that we have the customers, we have maybe more money, we have the entire ecosystem working, and they have fresh ideas and they are ready to bring their ideas forward. So I think if we combine these two really different kind of players, we can.
Niin mikä ihme, että on tukkasta, kun toi ilmoittautunut tähän maailmaan täysin. Mulla on 25 ja 2. Ei. Hei. Moi. Hey, Jaakko.
Hi. What's up, Janne?
Yeah, everything's fine. Now we're online in a stream, so you came straight in. So yeah, things are good. It's been very interesting 2 days, almost closing here. Have you been following the streams and everything a lot? I know you were in the studio yesterday, but
Yeah. Yeah, I've been following some of the streams. Of course, this stream where our CEO talked, Jyrki, gave a presentation on smart cities. And then I have been following sort of on and off. I have had several one-to-one discussions. The networking really worked this time at RecoTech.
Good.
I was surprised, yeah.
Oh, so it seems that this virtual thing is working after all in a way that what I've seen, not here because I've been sitting here on this stream 2 days, but but from other ones that actually the one-on-one networking on virtual, there's like it's in a way easier than in real life for some people, maybe.
Yeah, it is. Like it's easy since you always know where to go. Last year in Slush, it was extremely difficult to find the right people, even if you had agreed on the place and location and time. So I think this works perfectly, and it's more efficient actually.
Yeah, no need to travel somewhere and run from one place to another. It's just
no.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the virtual mayor challenge. Could you just briefly explain what it was and well, no, we know it's a pitching competition, but why it's virtual mayor challenge?
Okay. Okay, in ICE Group, we started planning this startup program about 18 months ago. And we kick-started it in the spring, and also we established the Heinz Ventures investing company. And this is one of the key topics we are interested in, what we are really talking. And this should be clear to everyone who took part in the pitch and visited our challenge pages. Basically, we're interested in how to create, share, and utilize data in a smart city. Because you have data from many sources. The first pieces of information you actually create in early design phases. And of course, we have the building or the city life cycle. You keep adding all the time information. And extremely important is, of course, basically, okay, the design models as built models, but you should be able to sort of transfer these to the use phase. So they could be a platform for certain things. And then what we really mean with virtual mayor is that we would like to see a smart city with easy living, which is sustainable. And that's, I mean, how do you define smart city? It's quite a challenge. But why do we build buildings? We basically build empty space. And what we would like to have sort of is, we would like to have buildings which perform well, which are good to live in, good to work in, and so on. And of course, when we take buildings and cities into use, there will be an ecosystem of suppliers, service providers, and they all provide information. They all need information. And this is why we see that, okay, we need this platform where we can sort of take all the information regardless of how it was created, and then we can utilize this. Take, for example, an example. If you have an intelligent locking system in your front door, you could sort of program the lock. It would let, for example, the dog walker come in midday and take the dog out. and that he would have one-time access without any keys, without any hassle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. You said you have that's true. Actually, it's a good point. You mentioned that you have a fund. Is it like a real like established fund, or do you have like an investment capital, and how big it is?
Okay. We basically have a real fund. It really exists, and we have established a limited company for this. So our fund, Eins Ventures, is basically a limited company.
Okay. How big? Fund size?
Yeah. And the size we have at the moment, since we are in the beginning, we have an investment policy, which has been approved by the board of directors. And the policy is really simple. We can have 1 million euros out in investments at any time. And this is, of course, in the beginning, it has to be kind of small because we're kind of learning.
Yeah.
And then when we gain the trust of the board of directors, I think we will have a bigger fund.
Okay. So you're a corporate VC, CVC in that means, and it's only internal one. Or are you taking also other investors, LPs in the so you are accepting LPs as well?
Yeah. So it depends on the case. So we have internal startups. We can invest in external startups, and in certain cases we actually syndicate with other investors.
Yeah. Oh, but I meant that your fund that if, let's say, Varma wants to, as an institutional investor, wants to invest in your fund, is that okay, or is the money to for the fund coming internally only?
It's at the moment it's coming internally only.
Okay.
But that's something we have been discussing, that maybe in the future we would have a real fund.
Okay. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. What's the reception of that? Are you getting a lot of deal flow, and how does it work? How is it going?
Okay.
Are the others jealous of you having?
Okay, nobody has been that they're jealous, but it would be typical of Finns. I think we will close the first investments to external startups quite soon. And we have a constant flow of new startups coming and sort of explaining what they do. And of course, because we need to have an investment process, we need to sort of screen the startups. Some we drop out immediately. They might have a wrong target segment, for example. Basically, we do corporate VC.
Yeah.
We really want that we have something to give to the startups, our expertise, experience, connections, in addition to the investment. So one of the key rules maybe at the moment is that we don't do pure investments at all.
So
and it's about managing risk also. And this is because we like to think that we understand something about design, construction, and construction management. So we want to sort of invest in something which we understand, and in startups which we can evaluate based on our expertise.
I know that you may not have discussed it yet, but do you have a view on, like, are your investments, are they going to, is the sort of like the exit for the investment something that you're planning to acquire those companies when they grow and take and sort of like put them part of you, or are you looking for like external exits, so it's just growing big ones and just getting the cash out? So do you have a preference on that?
Okay. Well, I mentioned the investment policy, and it states that we need to have a exit plan. Of course, it might be that the exit plan is not about really exiting. For example, if we have a promising internal startup, once you get it going, it doesn't really make sense to exit. Yeah. But with external startups, I think money we put in startups, it's like any money that we need to have some kind of return.
Okay.
So in many cases, it could be about sort of helping the startup scale up and then maybe sort of letting other investors come in.
Yeah, okay. But it also, in some cases, it could be, if it's good enough, that your like group would acquire it and then, of course, pay to the fund, this venture. Yeah, okay.
That would be possible since we're also thinking about technology as a business.
Yes. Very interesting. Very interesting. Otherwise, what do you think about the pitching competition? There was the other sort of like participants besides you guys were City of Espoo, Kone, and there was one more.
And Kusta, Valtonen,
yeah. So can you talk about the pitching competition, the finals? What was talked and discussed? I know that the winner was announced already, but can you sort of like open that and explain a little bit like what happened and why and what's the feedback?
Yeah. Okay. The feedback is that all startups sort of they improved a lot, and to anyone listening, it might be useful to tell that we had a first pitching round about 6 weeks ago. And after that, we have had coaching sessions for all 4 startups on coaching skills. And Janne, thank you very much. It was excellent. We could see the results. Then we had coaching on how to apply the services in smart city context. And also we had one session startup on how to sort of scale the business and tackle the challenges they have. So altogether we have had 12 coaching sessions.
Okay. So how does it look like for the finalists? Do they I mean, like, of course you need to choose winners, etc. And but like what's the outlook for this finalist? Do you think they will have a good business?
Yeah. All of them, I think, and we think, all the jury, now I'm speaking on behalf of 6 people, we think that all of them will have a good future. And if anyone who looked at the pitches could understand that Imagine was kind of early stage. And the rest, they had solid products. They were a lot more than MVPs. And really, what they really need to do is only scale up business, sort of see how to grow, how to sort of organize sales channels, and so on. But there is a great promise. But why did we actually choose Imagine? One thing was that the advance in material science they have picked up is really something novel. And it was fresh, and the applicability of the idea is immense. So that's why technical know-how, technical innovation, and then the potential in the market. That's why we basically selected Imagine. Yeah.
Good thinking there. I had before of the pitch because of the pitch coaching, I've talked to all of them, and And when you do that pitch coaching, part of that is to also try to understand what on earth they're trying to do and what's the benefit there. So so I must agree on your sort of like your explanation there that it's certainly like the biggest opportunity. The others are sort of like in existing markets with a lot of competition. So so that's the thing there. Also, did you have the opportunity to? Oh, you probably also had opportunity to look into them a bit more than just the pitches, because I think just based on the pitches only, it's kind of difficult to make those conclusions that you did. Because of the 3 minutes.
We had the coaching sessions, and then we could go into detail about the business, the challenges and market outlook, available market, investment, this kind of basic stuff.
Yeah. Do you think will it be possible for will all of the finalists get some sort of deals somewhere? Do you know? I mean, like someone told me that there has been some talks, but I don't know what it means. So
okay, so basically, the general idea, if you saw the announcement, the video I made last night, I'm not proud about the video. I made it home, and it was quite late.
It was okay.
First take. So what's going to happen? And you must have noticed that we didn't announce any prices. We will be looking at individual company level what we can do for them. And this includes introductions to investors, for example, Maptioner release in need of funding for the scaling. And Imagine is in need of funding for product development and still sort of clear implementation cases. So we will go company by company, and we will be sort of directing them to certain investors. We will be also helping them get connected sales-wise. That's about scaling. And of course, then we will be helping them with business challenges.
Yeah, very good. So it was worth for the finalists to join it anyway, even though they didn't win it. So a lot of good things there. Excellent. What else? Is there something I have not touched yet that you would like to talk about?
Not really. This is really exciting, since Eins Group is really interested in doing things a bit differently. I mean, if you do the same over and over again, you cannot really expect different kinds or better results. So we're really interested in technology.
Okay.
And this is where startups come in. We're just an engineering company. We need sort of a holistic view on available technology, what other people invent. Many things have been invented in other industries outside construction industry. There is a lot we can sort of import to the construction industry and utilize.
Yeah, excellent. I have one last question for you. I've asked the question from everyone, so you might have heard it before, and that's like, if you give one piece of advice to the people who are listening in the current situation, what's your advice for the future? What should people do or think or act?
Okay, I don't know what you mean by current situation. If it's COVID,
it's up to you. You can choose what it means. That's on purpose. That's an open question.
Yeah. So you need to have a passion. You need to have a unique idea, and you need to have the will to take it forward. This is really about motivation. This is exciting at times, but mostly like any other job, this is mostly routine. And you need to have the long-term strategy in the sense that you have a overall target you try to reach. Of course, sometimes you have to pivot and all that, but you need to be consistent and focus on something. Yeah.
Excellent. That's very, very good advice. Thanks, Jaakko, for being here. Thanks for creating the first, if not the first, corporate VC on the construction and real estate business in Finland, and thanks for being part of making the opportunities for startups. So, thank you. Yeah,
and small advertisement. Any related to construction industry, we're happy to talk with. Then the other thing, if you need sort of coaching on pitching, call Janne.
Thanks. I do get quite a few calls. So okay. But thank you for that testimonial. That's great. Okay. Yeah, thanks very much.
We got the results yesterday.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Rod.
Hi there, Janne. How are you?
Hey. Good. How are you?
We just try to.
Yeah, there we go. We're actually live already. I say we just came straight to, straight to the stream. Okay, so yeah, let's go straight to the business because I have some more people coming here soon as well. So I know Chaos. I know what you guys do, but since we're in the same building, could you please give like a 45 second pitch on explaining people what Chaos does?
Yeah, absolutely, Janne, thanks. Well, we are a startup that works in urban forecasting for the real estate industry. What we do is we integrate data from different sources and not only allow you to see current trends on a location-based form, but also to project into the future and try to anticipate changes in land use. I think that's in a nutshell.
Okay. Well, explain a little bit how sort of like the back end and the front end of it, because that's quite amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, we aggregate data, so that means you could get demographic information at a point, postal code or grade level information, and that you start building up what a community or area could look like, age group, income level, and so on. Everything that you need to build a profile of what an end user or tenant could be for that particular area. Of course, when you look at it in time, you see how that has changed. So you see trends. Maybe the area is going down for some reason, people are migrating out, or maybe they're migrating in and then it's becoming wealthier or so on. So that gives an idea to developers when to invest or divest in those areas. Also, at a city level, it could also help you anticipate changes into services needed for the community.
Yeah.
Now, when you look into the future, of course, when you do an investment, you probably are starting to consider the possibilities 2 or 3 years before you actually build that asset and you are able to sell it. So you have to look into who is going to be able to buy it into the future. So that's another way that we help.
Yeah.
And of course, in many cases, the quality of life in that community depends on what people say or want to express about changes into that urban environment. So we also have a citizen engagement, which is actually the core or the basis of all our products. So it helps also give this sentiment analysis or other perspective into how people feel about their space.
And how is it that, how do you collect that data? I mean, like in a way, it's a tricky method, but how do you collect the data? You say like you have all kind of like a demographic data on a region and a post number, but how do you collect it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So on one hand, of course, there's statistical data. I'll give you a good example, Tilastokeskus here in Finland, but we also work outside of Finland. So that means that we are collecting with the counterparts in those other countries, and we're building up our database. We also use data from other third parties. It could be telcos that they provide that information. So we are able to also map trends of aggregated behavior where people spend more time in one place than another and try to predict, okay, this area actually is looking very active. Why could that be? And then try to provide additional insights. So I would say statistical data freely available. We provide the insights based on that. Telco information, also from other apps, providers. All the data that we collect and aggregate is completely private, so it's anonymized, and we protect the integrity and the privacy of the users of the.
Okay. Now, what's the situation with you guys now? You know, we are living in this pandemic. Is this somehow affecting your business, and how is your business doing?
It's a great question. I think, like everybody right now, we're coping with the changes in the market, but we have also noticed a great interest for insights. People more than ever have been flooded with the need for reporting, and they want to get the data fast, being able to create reports quickly, and that actually has allowed us to bring in customers and traction on board. So ironically, I would say that has been a good thing for us. Also, it has made us be more aware of the immediate needs of the market. I think it has accelerated what was nice to have into actual needs in the market. Yeah.
Okay, so you sort of like became more important for the clients.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
That's good. So where are you going then in the future? What happens next? Where actually, I'm not sure where you are active at the moment and where you will be going next.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a great question. We are currently active here in Finland and in Norway. We will be expanding into Sweden early next year. And in parallel, we're working in the Southeast Asia, in Singapore, and in that market. So that's our main expansion areas right now.
Okay. Why these countries? Why the the Scandinavian or Nordic countries, and why Singapore?
Availability of data, smart city availability of data, and readiness. That I think it's the key for us and for any startup in this environment, for sure.
Yeah.
That being said, I think any other startup that is sharing the space with us will also agree that even though the data is available, harmonization of that data is a major challenge, and that's something that we're all working on.
Okay. All right. Good. Hey, before I let you go, I have one final question for you, which I've asked every single person here yesterday and today. And that question, like, if you were to give one piece of advice to whoever is listening in the current situation, looking into the future, what would your wise advice be?
I think it's understanding the needs more than anything. It's about what you can do with the data. I know that I'm repeating myself because I heard this actually this morning from Sara Sepali from KPMG, and it really resonated with me, actually, what she said. I think that's a key. But that leads into understanding what sort of data that you're bringing. There's a lot of free and open data out there, which is great, especially here in the Nordics. But there's need for or harmonization and standardization of that data. And I think that will be or is one of the big challenges now moving forward.
All right. Great. Thanks, Rod. Thank you for being here with me this afternoon. And I'll hope to see you soon in Maria 01. Are you still there?
Yes, I mean, we're actually working remotely now, but yeah, normally we hang out there.
Yeah, well, the same thing for us as well with the Founder Institute. So so hope to see you there soon.
Right. Thank you very much for having me. Take care.
All right. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hey all, thank you for the past 2 days. I've had some great guests here and a lot of good comments and and sort of like warming up and going deeper in the discussions had during these 2 days. It's good to see that the people are still actively working, even though we're on a virtual world. This is the new way to go. So thank you for being there with me, and see you around.